Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords for the second day of this County Championship fixture in Division 2. Live enhanced stream from Lords here with myself, Kevin Hand. Dom Ford is alongside me as well. Daffabet bringing you this stream in association with Charles Tyrrett as well. Our clothing sponsors for this one. The news is we don't need too many layers on this morning. It's a pretty warm one in London, and there shouldn't be any rain interruptions today, which is very good news for Middlesex. It was a very good day for the hosts yesterday. They won the toss. They elected to bat first, and well, Tom, it couldn't have gone much better. It was a bit of a slow start. It was a bit of a worrying start, but they really dug in, which was resilience, fight, everything you want to see. And then after that, well, the evening session was spectacular.
Yeah, very much right, Kev. It was a very even day, actually. There was points where Derbyshire took the advantage, but that final session, Middlesex really came through. That second new ball, leaking a few runs. Ryan Higgins and Toby Rowland-Jones, a fantastic, positive partnership to put Middlesex in a really strong position on day two.
Yeah, absolutely was. It'll be really interesting to see how they go about it this morning. They slowed up yesterday even. They had that really it was bludgeoning onslaught towards both of their milestones, but then the two of them settled in towards stumps, which means they're probably looking to come back and do it all again today for quite some time. We shall see if it pans out that way for Middlesex. Derbyshire will be hoping for early wickets. But first of all, let's take a look back on how it all unfolded on day one. Oh, now that's drawn him into it and he's gone. That swing away down the slope it goes. And Robson's going to have to head back to the pavilion. He's stretched for that one. He's been lining it up all morning. That swing's been there from the first ball for Chappell. Toe end of the bat. That'll be the first boundary. Stoneman moves to 5, stretching for a little. It was all along the floor because it was the toe end of the outside of the bat. Oh, edged. Just short, I think. Third slip goes down in front of second. I'm almost certain it wouldn't have carried to second. A little deflection away. Munder's holding forward and across. Edged. And a boundary. Holden's head snaps around to see where it goes. It goes safely from the batter's perspective. Oh, that's right up there. Goodness me, it's a great shot by Holden, but I tell you what, he's driven that off middle, having stepped across. Bit of width and a bit too full, so Stoneman happy to go hard at that one. And he's just going to get the reward for it this time. Big, big boundary. No third slip, which means 4 runs. Wouldn't have carried, I don't think, under the bat, as he did the first time.
Shot by Mark Stone, loose delivery there by Dole.
It's a nice shot, open in the face. I think Gully was backward point. Has he? Yes, he has. Stoneman flicks at one down the leg side, down the slope. Brilliant, brilliant take. Oh, now his toes to that one. He gets his boundary. Away it goes. Hands on head for... Oh, gets that through now. Tid mid off, quite wide, get anything on it. Dive into his left, not enough if he did. Edged. Oh, has he held it? He has. That's a stunning catch. Absolutely brilliant catch at second slip. Donald holding on. That's beautifully put away. It's one of the shots of the day. Into the slot. The deploy leans into it. Keeper up again to keep deploying the crease. But he waits on this one. Dabs it late. And there you go. Over pitched, outside off stump. Just off of the bat. Open the face. Time the pants off it. It's dug out for 4. He's ridden the bounce on that nicely. Put it on that length though, you won't really know. Lovely shot from Higgins. Middlesex's 150s on the board. That's a lovely shot. Up on his toes, and he brings up his 50 with an open face punch. Backward a point. That'll help push it up as well. A little bit of width to play with. Cut away nicely. Up the hill it goes. It's going to be tested here to make the rope. Oh, it's an agonising chase. Goodness me, that's cruel. Oh, now has he got him? He has! Gives himself a little bit of room, but ends up playing away from the body. And it's a huge wicket, and look at the celebrations for Derbyshire. They know what it means. That's glorious. First boundary for Fernandez. It's a short one from Thompson. It alleviates a little bit of pressure. Is that edged? Is it taken? There's a long pause, and that's only for Fernandez to ponder. That's a beaut. Has he feathered it through? He has. Yeah, you fancy there was a little deflection on that through to the keeper. Width on a boundary, but it was edgy, and it was only just out of reach, a backward point. He's edged that nearly off middle and off. Chase on for deep backward square, and a tumble and a stumble, and he's been rumbled. There's the 50. That's nicely done. Late cut. Big chase on here for deep backward point. He won't get there. Edged and gone. Taken at second slip. Sharp catch. Sharp chance. Still pace and bounce in this surface. Leg stump half volley and treated as such. A little bit of swing in the air still there. Higgins swings the bat with it for 4 more from a big dome-shaped building. Four more. That goes the other way off the outside edge. Hooked away, hooked fine. And hooked for 4. Oh, goodness me. One of the shots of the day from Roland Jones. That's edged away. And that's going to be 4 more. Wow, where's that gone? He's made a good pick of that bat. First ball. Now, where's he hit this one? Halfway up. Oh, now. Back down the... He really is in the mood today. Back down the ground that goes. Roland Jones is on to 40. Well, from brute force to pure brilliance. Gorgeous on drive. Now, how far does he get this one? 4. Doesn't bring up the 50 with a 6. He's on to 48. Wow. What a way to go to the century for Ryan Higgins. 101 for the Middlesex number 5. And there's a 50 for Toby Rowland-Jones. Century followed by a 50. The skipper has been brutal in this innings. That's going to get through. Chappell, the chaser. All day. Whatever happens here at Lords, we will be back with the live enhanced stream from Middlesex, live from Lords in association with Dafabet to bring you all the action. So a fine first day here at Lords, winning the toss. That was crucial. A couple of wickets in the morning session, a couple of wickets in the afternoon, but then that evening session was absolutely superb from Rowland-Jones. And from Higgins, let's hear from the latter. He spoke to us overnight.
Brian Higgins, thanks for coming out to join us. The end of day one against Derbyshire. Well batted first and foremost, your 400 of the season.
Yeah, cheers Fletch. Nice day in the end. I think we made it tough at times, but it was nice to sort of have a good day in the end, and that's cricket, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely right. We've played on a fair few flat wickets here over the years. Nice to see a bit of life in the wicket. Obviously it made for tough going early doors. First 2 sessions probably Derbyshire owned, but yourself and Toby came back strong in that 3rd session to take the day.
Yeah, I think on wickets like that where there's probably something both in for the batters and for the bowlers. I think it's a fantastic wicket from what I've seen so far. So credit to the groundsman, and I'm really happy with how we finished the day. It just shows though as well how important it is as a batting unit to stick in it, because you might lose the first 2 sessions, but if you win the last session, the day really becomes yours. And I think we won that day overall probably.
Absolutely right, I'd agree. Your first 50 came up this morning off 107 balls, your second 50 off 45 balls. You clearly found some rhythm as the innings went on there. Did the pitch get easier to bat on as the day went on?
I think what happens in these situations, the new ball came, the bowlers probably got a little bit tired, and I think the way Toby sort of started playing, I felt like that was a good time to sort of join him in that and start actually taking it to them a little bit. And oddly enough, it just fell in our favour. After probably I would say I did have a little bit of luck as well through the innings, but it fell in our favour, just being positive, and it was a nice day.
Certainly good to make the most of that luck. But I know I've spoken to you before about records and milestones. You're not a player that kind of targets milestones as such, but must be nice, I guess, for yourself. You passed 1,000 runs in your first class career here at Lords. And with Toby there, you broke the 8th wicket partnership record against Derbyshire, which I think's lasted for about 45 years.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. Obviously we don't know that when we're out there, but that's nice. Always nice when something like that happens. It was a really nice day, and I'm happy for Toby as well. Getting in some nick and the way he's hitting the ball was quite fun to watch and fun to be out there at the other end.
Absolutely right. Second in the table coming into this game, a break for T20 where probably safe to say things haven't gone as well as we'd have hoped. Great that we come into this one second in the table, have no hangover from that last campaign, pick up where we left off.
Yeah, exactly. It can certainly be difficult. When things don't necessarily or aren't going your way in a certain format, and then you have to come back to another format. I think the last couple of days certainly trying to just take that sort of positive approach, really get your mindset back into the format that you're going to be playing, and also get that positivity back from the games we have played in this format. It's a different side, it's a more experienced side, and I think sometimes that does make a difference. So we've got to keep trying in the T20 stuff, and we certainly will. I think it's been a very tough couple of weeks against some good sides. But yeah, it's nice that we haven't taken that through to this format. So, but yeah.
You finish on 342 for 7. You talked about that resilience in the batting order. At one point, I think we were 230 odd for 7. We obviously finished with 110 runs further than that on the board. You spoke of the resilience in that batting order. That probably puts us now in a really good position to certainly push for 400 and beyond.
Yeah, for sure. Tomorrow morning is a massively important session in the game, especially with how the wicket's playing. I think there might be a little bit of up and down movement as the game goes on, so the longer we can bat and push that wicket to its real limits, it it would be really positive for us in terms of bowling. But I do also think that, you know, we can learn from today and make sure we bowl really well and accurately and put pressure back on their batters.
Absolutely, Hugo. Well, thanks ever so much for joining us. Well done today. Good luck tomorrow. I think it's probably about time we let the cleaners crack on with the business now.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of noise.
Ryan Higgins speaking to Stephen Fletcher, the Director of Communications at Middlesex last night. And there he is on the right-hand side alongside his skipper, Toby Rowland-Jones. Quite the partnership, already an 8th wicket record for Middlesex against Derbyshire. How much further can they go? Ryan Higgins with another century for Middlesex, Rowland-Jones yet another 50. He's got 1 century to his name already here against Yorkshire in 2015. That is 1 century, so he does have a Lord's century under his belt. Will he be gunning for another one this morning? Certainly got to the 50 in pretty quick time. Actually, Higgins got to his 2nd 50 in pretty quick time as well as these two unleashed yesterday. How will they go about it this morning? There's bonus points at play, another 14 overs for the bonus points, which means Derbyshire require 2 more wickets for maximum bowling points, and Middlesex, well, 450 is the limit for batting points, so they're a long way off that 108 runs in the next 14 overs, but certainly they'll be thinking about the 400, you would imagine. So 51 for Rowland-Jones, Higgins on 107. They've increased that run rate up to 3.5. It had dropped below 3 when these two came together after a little bit of a wobble in the lower middle order against the second new ball, which is 16 overs old now. But it was a fascinating first day. What the chat will be between them now, well, they've worked it all out already. The plan will be there. Look at the pitch for Rowland-Jones. So it's a bit green, as you can see, and there he prods away at it. It's still got that greenish tinge to it. It's a little bit more overcast this morning than it was yesterday. But Rowland-Jones poking and prodding at the surface, having a look at it, seeing how it goes. The unusual thing yesterday morning under the clear blue skies was the amount of swing that Derbyshire were getting for ball 1. And that was there all day. There was certainly seam movement. There was good pace and bounce, but as we've been saying, that did mean the ball came nicely onto the bat as well, so the batters got reward. There was a little bit in it for everybody. Derbyshire will certainly be a little bit bruised, fancying that 342 for 7 was probably certainly a few too many runs, and maybe they could have had a few wickets a little earlier in it. Here's to Pavilon from the pavilion end. He's about to bowl his 20th over of the innings, 2 for 76 he's got so far with 3 maidens. Rowland-Jones is at the non-striker's end. A slight pause for something out there, something going on. Derbyshire may have left something in the dressing room, which they need. The umpire's running off now as well. Umpire's on the move. Has he forgotten the ball? Has he forgotten the match ball? What's it going to be? Down comes... yeah, it looks like the box of balls, but... yeah, I think we've forgotten the ball. Well, that's not very good, is it, Higo? No, I don't think it is, Toby. A box of balls. Now, this is interesting. Well, surely last night's ball, unless it's been lost. Where's yesterday evening's ball? Oh, Kevin Hand, Dom Ford, you're going to come in at this point and say, I have no idea what's going on either, Kev, because basically what on earth is happening out there? Have they lost the ball from last night and they're having to now find a replacement?
Unless something's happened to that ball overnight that's put it out of shape.
Did the umpire sleep on it? Left it in his pocket overnight? I mean, we're speculating wildly here that this is a replacement ball, but it certainly appears to all right. Yours. It certainly appears that way, and the way Lloyd's looking at it as well. Well, that is something we are going to have to ask the question. What happened to yesterday's ball, which was 16 overs old? I'm trying to think of the close of play yesterday. Nothing skied out of the ground. These guys just dabbed it back. But I assume the umpires got to the middle, and one said to the other, have you got the ball? No, have you? Well, where is it then? Right, we better call for the replacement balls. Can't imagine anything else that happened there, but interesting one. We'll have to ask. So once again, here's to Pavilon from the nursery end to get us underway this morning. His 20th over It'll be Higgins on strike with 2 slips, a gully, a deep point, long leg and a deep square. And a leg stump half volley to begin. A long chase for Chappell, and he will get around and hold into a couple. But Middlesex off the mark for the second day. 344 for 7. So Higgins to 111 now. Double century on this pitch, indeed, on this very track against Glamorgan, first game of the season, but it's a different track now. It's used, it's got some grass on it. You can see the worn nature, much drier surface now in late June rather than first week of April. Oh, low full toss. And a loose start here from Pavilon, and he's punished. It's nicely timed. It's a big boundary. Higgins has timed that beautifully, because that is a very, very big boundary away to the onside. And the Compton, where it meets the grandstand, once it was past mid-on, I fancy he might have had a chance, and also is that deep square. Yeah, but away it races, and this will give us an idea just how quickly it raced across that square, and it didn't let up, all the way uphill as well. With that shot, but another boundary. And Middlesex are 348 for 7, so they're 2 away from a second batting point now. Well, defensive shot, but thinking of a single straight away, so there's a little bit of intent there. The 400 should be 50 runs in the next 13 overs after this. For these two, shouldn't particularly be much of a challenge, but surely they're not thinking about that 450, are they? So Pavilon still having a look at this replacement ball. It's better to Pavilon. If there was one criticism first thing yesterday morning with Derbyshire, it was perhaps that they could have hit that off stump a little more often than they did. A few too many leaves, a few too wide ones, and yeah, just could have asked a few more questions with that ball that was swinging as prodigiously as it was yesterday morning. Seam movement as well, pace and bounce, electrified yesterday morning. I think it got us all sitting up and going, that's, you know, so beat the bat on the back foot. Fun to watch, but perhaps didn't reap the reward that they could have. Right up there on that off stump again, but there you see, even though the length was there for Higgins to drive, he was wary of it. Either edge of that bat coming into play, so just stroking gently that single. 114 from 173. Really was an outstanding innings. So first ball for Roland Jones, the second day. Middlesex 1 run shy of another batting point, a third batting point. Dabbed away into the offside. So end of the 97th over, 349 for 7, and pretty happy with that. A few runs racked up already. Maybe the 450 is on their minds.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the approach from these two players this morning. Two very naturally aggressive batters, playing very well yesterday. Higgins with his 4th century of the season. Roland Jones, first half century for 21 months. He looked in imperious form, a couple of 6s as well. So I think that 450 could be on the mind, but the first thing will be get to that 400, get those additional bonus points in.
Absolutely. Here's Chappell from the pavilion end to get us going this morning. Thought he bowled really well from the nursery end. First up yesterday, it didn't quite back up in the later spells for him, although he did come back with the wickets later in the day of Jack Davies. Started it all with the wicket of Robson yesterday morning. 2 slips behind Ryan Higgins. England in back with the slope. down the slope to the right-hander. 2 for 55 from his 19 yesterday. Really strong start, first 5 overs. Impressive Derbyshire. Maybe they kept Middlesex down below that 3 and over rate. Just got out of hand in that evening session. Got up to 3.6 as it is now.
Also be good to have a look at what this pitch does today. Like you mentioned earlier, Kev, there was plenty in it for both bat and ball yesterday. Batters had to play well to get their runs on the board, but there was plenty in it for the bowlers, rewarded for their good deliveries. Still a good tinge of green across this surface.
Now that comes jagging back down the slope from Chappell. Higgins spinning his head around to see where it ended up. That's the point of the big man at the pavilion ends. Started at the nursery with a really good spell, and I fancied at the pavilion end to go well for this reason. There you go, off the surface, almost an off break. Generally at Lords, big tall seamer slamming that ball into the slope, and we'll expect something of a reaction. There's Richard Johnson on the right, the Middlesex coach, with Sam Robson. Will be very happy with yesterday. Robbo falling to that 5th ball of the day, missing out. Of course, with that inside edge, Middlesex have reached another batting point. So 3 bonus points on the board now with the bats. 2 on the board for Derbyshire. 2 wickets needed to get Middlesex 9 down and 3 bowling points. Victory with that 3rd ball of the over. Comfortable tickle there for Roland Jones. How we go against Higgins again. Now there's Higgins wary. Such a good example that of the pavilion end at Lords. So he's had one that's hit the surface and come jagging back down the slope. This one hits the surface straight on. And that's why Higgins is playing unsure there of that line. He's playing away from the body. It's the doubt that goes into the batter's mind, because you're thinking, okay, it started wide, but this could be coming back in. You're playing inside it, then it beats the outside edge as it holds its line. Worried about it coming back in again and taking that inside edge. Fuller just allows him to get over the top of it and smother that one. But perfect example, the 3rd and 5th overs, deliveries of the over, of what the slope does here at Lords and the effect it can have off the surface, but also the minds of the batters. 98 done, 351 for 7.
Also good examples of why Middlesex will look to potentially bat once and bat long here. If they can get enough runs on the board, they very much have a bowling attack that can really exploit any extraction movement from the surface. Ethan Bamber, Toby Roland Jones, Henry Brooks.
In the air, has he gone? He has. Roland Jones is done. Lloyd takes the catch at mid-on, and Derbyshire have their 8th wicket early on the 2nd morning. Big wicket as well. Roland Jones walks off, hangs his head backwards. Disappointed that he can't get going again. That onslaught last night. Just looking for a whip through mid-wicket on this one, but offered it to mid-on. That was a fine catch. It was a dolly in the sense that it was looping, but the position meant that Lloyd had to really move to get to a straighter mid-on to take the catch. Fine catch it was. Middlesex 351 for 8.
Toby Roland Jones, good innings, 52 from 69 deliveries. A little bit disappointed. There's a huge space out in that mid-wicket. He just looked to whip it through into that space, but a bit of a leading edge. Very good catch by Lloyd and a big wicket for Derbyshire early on day 2.
So Henry Brooks, very capable of a long handle shot or three. Makes his way out to the middle. He's got a support job to do first though for Higgins. He's going to have to play straight, dig in, and let Higgins push this along, I think, to the 400. What Higgins will want from the other end now with only 2 wickets standing is just a little bit of trust. Here's another look at why he's out there. Roland Jones, yeah, he was just looking to the onside. Maybe a shot too early, maybe it was a little bit too straight. Just offers it up in the end to mid-on. So Brooks, yeah, it's a support act here for sure, for Higgins. Leg side. It's a nice way to get off the... Oh, morning all. Eyes on the prize in the pavilion. To Pavilion though. Strain and little clip. Hello everybody. Nice little tickle to get off the mark for Brooks. Looks like 355 for 8, but yeah, what Higgins will want is that trust. There are only 2 wickets at the other end. He'll want to know that Brooks and Bamba aren't going to be swinging for the heavens. Solid defence in behind that one. Brooks then can go about his work as he needs to rather than feeling particularly rushed. It's the slight rush of that batting point, which is still 45 runs away from here. The 4th batting point for Middlesex. They'll definitely want that in the next 11.3 overs. Derbyshire will be pretty confident of that 9th wicket and the 3rd bowling point at that time. Oh, well, he was doing the right thing, looking to leave. Just didn't get the bat up quickly, but... Oh, that's a nasty slip and slide. We've seen a couple of those. Let's hope he's okay. He picked himself up quickly. It's one of those yesterday. Madsen it is. He's picked himself up and he's fine. They're all fixing Lords now. Doesn't look too worried about the surface. Slight little chat. Should we go around and have a look at it? Not much you can do about it. It's powerfully pulled. There's a chance here for deep square though coming around. So it was that full toss that Higgins put away in the first over off to Pavilion. This time just a couple. Middlesex have ticked along, 360 for 8. So 40 more for the bonus point. It will be on their minds, for sure. Making sure that they get the 400. I mean, that's the other thing you've got to get there. Especially now with the loss of Roland Jones. So, fascinating hour or so ahead here on the second morning.
Dot ball to finish the over, 9 from it, and a wicket, so an eventful one from Darren de Pavilion. It's the 3rd wicket of the innings with that dismissal of Toby Roland Jones. He bowled well yesterday, de Pavilion, did go for a few runs, run rate 4.38. Was one of the pick of the bowlers, extracted a lot of movement from that surface, troubled Ryan Higgins early with a few play and misses.
It'll be close. No ball calls. Chapel roof looks back. again, this is an interesting example because he's running in from the pavilion end, right arm over to the right-hander, so the slope brings it off stump back into leg. And wow, look at that go. That has really climbed. Pavilion end, you often fancy with that slope that the natural angle from a right armer as he's releasing the ball, it's only slight, but you're angling it obviously slightly down the slope. So the trajectory would suggest that, if anything, it would keep a fraction lower than climb, but that's really climbed. And we saw that yesterday. Connor's got a few that really climbed off, not off for length, just short of a length, but good pace, good carry, good bounce. What you'd hope for. Good cricket wicket, and this has been one. It was a track where the bowlers, for the most part, had their noses in front, and the batters had to battle hard and reaped the reward for that battle yesterday evening. Now there's trouble here. That's kept a fraction low with the slope, and there you go, just jags back in. You can see the hand movement there from Chappell, exactly what we've been talking about all morning. There's been some really good examples to Higgins as well from Chappell at the pavilion end. Thought he might go well at this end, and this morning that's the way it's working out for him. Just keeps a fraction low. It's on the back pad. Brooks not forward either. Just that front foot hasn't really gone anywhere, and he's pinned. He knew it. Great relief as the finger went up, he knew he had him. And Brooks goes back for 7, so Middlesex 362 for 9, and Derbyshire have the 3rd bowling points.
Very well bowled from Zach Chappell. Started day 2 well here, his 3rd wicket. LBW. Ethan Bamber comes to the crease, last man. Just want to hang around here, try and get Middlesex as close to that 400. Ryan Higgins, the important batter, still at the crease, the man in. Might see a really positive approach now from the all-rounder, but Ethan Bamber can bat. He can stick around for a while.
I think all worry Higgins is that delivery. Brooks was trying to defend it. It wasn't as though Brooks was swinging across the line. He wasn't taking a chance. He was trying to hang in there, which is, and was, his job. It is the job now for Bamber as well, to hang in there. But Higgins will be thinking, do I need to get a move on because of that delivery? It's nipped back in, kept a fraction low from the pavilion end. I mean, you've got to plunge forward, I think, now as Bamber. You've got to be brave. Get out of that crease, get forward to Chappell, who'll look to bring that edge into play. Took the inside edge of Higgins earlier and then beats the outside edge the next ball that he had to him. So if Higgins has trouble, then of course the lower order will as well. Oh, that squirts through and they'll get a single. That will frustrate Derbyshire.
I think also as well, it sort of suggests that Middlesex have got a good score here. With the amount of movement in this surface, the bowlers are going to be in the game, especially in this first innings, and be interesting to see how the surface develops over the next couple of days with forecast of some strong sunshine. But for now, I think Middlesex will be pretty happy with their 363, but as close to 400 as they can get.
That's nice from Higgins. Just turns the single. It shows he's got the trust in Bamber as well, and he should. It's not the doubt in Bamber that he'll have, it's the doubt in the fact that it's a testing surface for batters, as it should be. He's stranded himself one time here at Lord's. On 49, Ethan Bamber, his highest first-class score. Tim Mercer, as the batters fall in a game against Surrey. He's got another single there. Maybe this will be the time for Bamber's 50.
Had a good run out in the second 11 against Somerset. Last week, Ethan Bamber, 29 with the bat, and 6 for with the ball. Ryan Higgins will be very happy if Bamber can hang around and get close to that 50 as well. Higgins going to look to pile on the runs here, I think.
Now look at that come back down the slope. Yes, no, Bamber will be okay. He'll get back. Right thought from Bamber, I guess. End of the over. Trying to give the strike back to Higgins, but don't need the sloppy run out either at this stage, though. But again, another example of the batter getting tucked up at that pavilion end. I can full well imagine Toby Rowland-Jones will be relishing getting out there to bowl from the pavilion end. And similarly, Bamber. Brooks as well. Higgins, the fourth seamer in this match, with spin to come from Holman, Fernandez and Lias Deploy as well. Certainly saw a bit of turn for Thompson out there yesterday. Quite a bit of turn indeed, especially the wicket of Deploy, which was a delight for Derbyshire at the time. They'll be delighted to wrap this up quickly. And hopefully a fairway shy of 400 if they can. The chance here now against Bamber. Madson's just had a long chat with him, and surely it's got to be off stump. Hit that off stump. 3 slips. 2 Pamela on 2 Bamber. There you go, right on that spot. So there's the field for it. 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and long leg. I'm missing somebody. It's mid-wicket, isn't it? Yeah, mid-wicket just shining up the ball next to the non-striker. Tossing it back to mid-on, who's warming up down there below us. Just keep it on that off stump. That's the field. He set the field for the bowler and said, right, here's the time. Tighten it up on that off stump. I don't need to do anything silly, but this is why Middlesex will be relishing getting out there and bowling as well this morning. Saying to himself, yep, that's the spot. Highly likely it will be Bamber at the nursery and taking the new ball for Middlesex. That is exactly where he will want to leave the ball. That's where Pavlon should leave the ball as well. So I need to get excited, get carried away here against the Middlesex number 11. Just strays, that'll frustrate the skipper. It's another gimme. Ball before nipped away. This one held its line. He just started it 2 straight, so it kept going then. Didn't shape at all, just continued on the same trajectory out of the hand. Leg bye signal, so Bamber remains on 2. 3-6-9 for 9, crucially for Middlesex. It's another 4 runs towards batting point. Hammered by Bamber. A little bit of width there. Bamber's decided that's going to go. Great shot by Bamber. Higgins is coming down to have a chat with him. Nice shot, Ethan, but let's not get too carried away.
What a beautiful shot, Ethan Bamber. Standing tall, bit of width from De Pavlon, and Bamber almost off the front foot. Cutting that one, racing to the boundary. It is not the shot of a number 11.
It was Peterson-esque, that, wasn't it? Stand up tall, hit it on the up. Oh, and a delicate guide from Bamber. Well, that's wonderful batting from the Middlesex number 11. They'll grab a couple, that's a really good stop. And Jadal retreating down to deep backward point. Tight. He did his absolute best with that. Jadal can't knock him for trying. He's dropping back to a deep point now. They'd tightened up, they brought the field up and said, look, bringing point up, we're going to keep Bamber on strike here, but obviously looser deliveries outside off, meaning they having to drop point back now. It's also the last ball of the over, so they're offering him the single. He doesn't take it. 375 for 9 Middlesex, 25 away from that fight. That next batter.
Another good over for Middlesex. Good start with the bat from Ethan Bamber. Derbyshire started day 2 well with the ball, but they want to wrap this up as quick as possible. Plenty in the surface, and they won't want to let these two get away. Dangerous Ryan Higgins. Really take the game away from you. Will be the all-rounder on strike.
Field back, eh? There we go. Long off, long on. Deep extra cover. Deep backward point. You can just see the head. Nipped out a shot there, a deep third. Long legs just out of shot. Then you've got a deep square out of shot, a deep mid wicket, and a long on. So the interesting thing here now, obviously with that very short boundary to the leg side, is keeping it outside off stump. That's why slip's still there, Madsen. Oh, now look for the little guides. In Higgins' mind, he'll be thinking, can I step from leg to off and access that offside? But look at the line there. That's it. You're having to drag that from a long, long way outside off. Chappell's going to bowl a very defensive line. Quite rightly so. Defensive isn't negative. It's not criticism. It's exactly what they should be doing right now. Just offer that single to Higgins and nothing more. To Fulham. So they're thinking 2, and they're going to come back for 2. Oh, that will frustrate Derbyshire. Back for the second. That's really good running. Lamb the fielder. I think there's a few eyes as if to say, where's the 2? But it's a big boundary out there. See Chappell looking out to it there. But it's a huge boundary. They perhaps need to come in a little bit. They're not just offering him the single, but as you've seen there, they've offered him the 2. So they've got to take a few yards in from that boundary, because it's a vast expanse to the grandstands away to our right. Clever cricket from Higgins. Oh, now look at that go. Goodness me. Well, I think that's the biggest amount of movement we've seen through the air this morning. Saw a lot of this yesterday. There you go. Just there before pitching. That's really swung late. Look at how it's affected the line of that ball, where it ends up. Shifted it almost a couple of stumps, that ball, just before pitching, and then the line is away through towards slip almost. Crunched by Higgins, goodness me. He's in imperious form here. He moves to 124. Middlesex are into the 380s, closing on that next batting point. Derbyshire is trying to keep a handle here on Higgins.
Dominant shot from Ryan Higgins. Very dangerous player, in form. Very much in this innings. He's going to look to get Middlesex close to 400. Field comes up. Higgins punishes that wide ball. Looking for a single here as the fields come up.
Now that's got to be close. It's a one-day wides, but he gets away with it in the championship. Higgins kind of tilts his head to one side, says, "Yeah, fair enough." But 6 off the over. 381 for 9, feeling like a blast commentator there. 6 off the over. Run rate's 3.74. But we are at that stage of the innings where the focus is very much on the scoreboard and that number 9. 1 ball away, Derbyshire, from getting through. Can they keep Middlesex below the 400? Middlesex do get to the 400. You could well imagine at that point Higgins absolutely opening up. Taking measured risk at the moment. Nursery end still for Pavillon. So it's on the big side again. That will frustrate somewhat. No sign of Connors yet this morning. Thought he bowled well yesterday. He bowled with threat and pace. better. Much better for Pavilon. He's angling that up the slope. And again, out of the hand, it's gone on the same trajectory from where it left to the hand. No movement. We saw that in the last over where he put one just a little bit too straight and away it went with the pads for 4-leg buys. But that's where he wants to leave it, because then if that ball then does go off that line, away from the right hander, be it through the air or off the surface, and Bamba, like any batter, 11 or number 1, would have a problem with that. Shot from Bamba. Showed a lot of the stumps there. Showed a lot of the stumps there to Pavilon. Interest the seamer. Higgins comes to have a chat with him, and I suggested possibly that, get forward, Ethan. That front foot didn't go anywhere until afterwards. It was an afterthought, and the front foot skipped from leg to off. It's very good again from both. It's Pavilon, middle and off there. Bamba's forward defence had to be resolute, and it was. Yep. Watch the front foot. There you go. It's better position there. Got that front foot moving on that occasion. Better position to play it. Very good from Bamba. So Phil Higgins with some hope here. Imagine Higgins would fancy a bit of to Pavilon. 3 wickets, but he's gone at 98, 22, 23 now. Just offers a 4-ball every now and again. We've seen 2 straight down the leg side for 4-leg buys this morning from him. But I imagine Higgins would like to try and get going at him. It's outside off to that shorter boundary. And a bit of width. Singles rejected. And the over. 3. Done a maiden for Du Pavilon. Helps his figures. 381 for 9 Middlesex. 7 overs left with bonus points in play.
Number of people in the crowd today. Schools day. Some students enjoying a bit of cricket. Got nice weather. It's warm. Cloudy overheads, but no chance. No threat of rain today. Hopefully, the crowd are in for an entertaining day too.
Leg stump, rejecting the single. Now that's a delivery that I'd imagine, if Middlesex is still there in 19 runs' time, Ryan Higgins will be trying to hit Old Father Time. But for the moment, it's measured risk to get Middlesex to this 400. Width, flashed hard. He's hit it too well. Just a single, kicks away at the dirt at non-strikers. And Higgins, smile on Chappell's face. They all know the game at the moment. Game within the game, out in the middle.
Well fielded. It's a big boundary out there. Higgins timed it nicely to keep him just to the single. Gives Chappell 4 deliveries. number 11, Ethan Bamber.
Oh, wow. No, it's too high, and it's a leg side. But that pace and bounce again. Fortunately for Bamber, hit him on the back leg. For reasons we all know why that's fortunate. Very good forward defence from Bamber after the ball before, and look, even Bamber making that signal with his hand, that's nicked back. I don't think that did too much, but that's just the line where you probe. There's a seam of the pavilion end, just constantly bringing it back in towards that top of off. That's just rattling into the top of off stump, that ball from Chappell. You get that good angle there, and every now and again one will actually go back up the slope as well. Toe end from Bamber. I'm not sure how enthused Higgins would be by that one. There is a lot of room out offside. It was outside off stump, I guess. Ball to go the over. Block it out, please, Ethan. I'm sure it'll be the message from Higgins as he just strolls down and scratches away with the bat. At the surface, this man will be thinking one more delivery. That's all I need to finish this. Strokes by Higgins off the back foot. Field set back, he'll reject the single. It's the end of the 104th. 6 left with bonus points in play. 18 runs to reach 4th batting point for Middlesex. Derbyshire have their full reward. Bowling points, having taken 9 wickets, so 382 for 9 it is.
Looked solid so far, Ethan Bamber. I've seen a couple of lovely shots. Front foot cut to the boundary. Hard for him to resist the runs. Playing like a classic number 4. See, Bamber, eyes on the ball. Front foot cut shot. Beautiful shot. Kevin Peterson-esque, Kevin Ham mentioned.
Good from Zapata now. Scampering a single. I think Higgins was thinking there was 2 there as he charged off, and then he quickly realised there wasn't. So over to Bamber to find the single now. I think he'd be disappointed, Higgins, because I reckon he'd have fancied De Pavillon in this over. He thought he had 2 there. He really went fast out of the blocks. Wasn't there. Fine shot by Bamber. It's going to be 4. It's losing pace, but it's a long, long chase. In fact, is it? Maybe it's not going to make it. Oh, goodness me, it holds up. They've run 3, and perhaps Ryan Higgins is pretty happy with that. I'm not sure Ethan Bamber is. He's on to 11, but Higgins is on to strike.
A very good result, that one for Middlesex. Nice shot, 3 more runs for Bamber. Higgins, importantly, back on strike. You see field just drop, offering the single.
Oh, that nearly got through. Higgins sitting back in the crease. He was looking for something. He was looking for anything. He finds a little bit of bat via an inside edge. I think something's going to happen in these next 3 deliveries. A clever cricketer, Ryan Higgins. He's got a good head on him as well, much as the deep point. He's just wandered right in the way of Dan down below us very rudely. Apologies, it's Paul down there at the pitch side today, not Dan. stroked away but rejected by Higgins. 2 balls to go the over. I think he's looking for a big one here somehow. He's fancying that he can penetrate that offside field. Now, interestingly, they're coming up. I'd leave them back, because I think Higgins will be going for the big shot here. 2 slips will be warming up those hands pretty quickly, because there could be a chance coming their way. I reckon he'll be going after him here. It's a good ball from Pavlo. It's right on the off stump. He'll be saying no width here, and that was the message to him a couple of overs back from Madsen with the field up. No width at all to Bamba. He only has dropped back the deep point. Did offer the single to Bamba as well, but having not got the boundary off that one, he's thinking a single or 4 here. No boundary, no single. 3 dot balls finish the over. Middlesex 388 for 9.
Good finish to that over. Good Pavlon. 3 dot balls, importantly. Bamba on strike for Derbyshire.
From Pavilion End, Sam Collins.
Here comes Connors. Not wholly surprised that they gave the Pavilion Ends Chapel this morning, but they liked what Pavlon offered from the nursery. But it's delayed this man for 60 from 17. Doesn't tell the story. Bowled well yesterday, bowled with a great deal of threat yesterday. Seemed to extract a little bit more pace and bounce out of the surface than anybody else yesterday. Bounce in particular was noticed. Really got to zip off the surface from that Pavilion End, which is where he's in from now. Straight onto the spot against Banbury, straight in behind it. It's a deep square back and a long leg. Two slips in place. Should Bamba
Good start from Connors. That was a heavy ball, good pace. There's a lovely little mullet as well, does Connors? Add to that bowling armoury. Bamba solidly in behind. Shorter ball from Connors. Middlesex will be pleased with the position they're in at the moment. Just 12 runs away now from that 400. I feel that's a very good first innings score. This surface offering plenty. Good deliveries.
chipped for a single. Moment of alarm. Banbury's, he's lifted that into the onside, but should have managed to dial out on the ropes. Chipped away. Higgins is into the 130s. Middlesex 395 for 9. They're 5 away from that batting point now.
Big shot, Ryan Higgins. He's been waiting a little bit, just erring in line. Straight from Connors, and just a simple pickup from Higgins. See, he set his base, kept his stance quite open and just flicked that into the mound stand. Lovely shot. Middlesex 5 runs away now.
And that was stroked as far as cover as a good stop. It allows them through for the single. It's a good over for Middlesex, 8 off it, 396 for 9, and Higgins has the strike.
Elsewhere in the country, England under-19s up against the Young Lions Invitational 11. Middlesex left armer Noah Cornwell representing the under-19s, taking the first wicket. Absolute beauty. Classic left armer's dismissal. Swing that ball back in. Dismissing Travis Holland. Cornwell with a very positive last campaign for Middlesex, coming into the first 11. Great to see him in the England under-19 setup. Good change of bowling from the nursery end. Alex Thompson bowled well yesterday, picked up a couple of wickets. 17 overs, just 43 runs conceded. Picked up the wickets of former Derbyshire player Neas Deploy for 57. And Nathan Fernandez for 6. Extracted in a turn from the surface.
Single to Bamber.
Now how does Higgins approach the spin? Just a chat with Bamber. Just keeps an eye on the ball. Foul ball, just 3 runs away from that 400 mark now. He looked for a single. Thompson around the wicket to the right-hander, short leg in place. Taking any risks. Solidly behind.
Risk to take that single first ball. Spinner against a Taylor, but it's a challenge. Yes. You get number 10 and 11 and get the pacemen on to fire it in. And there is a lot of truth to that. There's a huge amount of truth as well. Over 10 and 11, just get the spinners to throw it up there in the air. Leaves that alone, just Bamber. 397 for 9, they're nearly there, Middlesex. Higgins will have the strike, and you wonder now will he try and do it to that short boundary. Next over.
Good start from Thompson. Threatening. Ethan Bamber managed to survive. Ryan Higgins on strike. Saw that 6 previously. Off Connors. Looking to repeat that trick. Get Middlesex over the 400. And I think he'll look to let loose. Have a look at that 6 from the previous Connors over. Just a simple flick. It is a short boundary to that leg side, but Higgins has timed it beautifully. Right in towards those school kids.
How's that got through? It's gone with a wide-angled approach, and it has seemed, oh, wow. This is from behind, so give you a really good idea. It's gone right over middle. Just hits the back leg on the way through as well. Use of the feet and a lift into the onside, but only down to long leg. Still really off the inside edge by the looks of it. Looking for that pickup.
Just took a couple of steps down the track as well there, Higgins, trying to negate that inward movement, that nip off the surface.
There he goes again. Now that was close. He stepped across. Was he outside the line of off? Connors pleading with the umpire. Watch that trigger. He's away and he's off. And oh goodness me, that is tight. I reckon you go upstairs for that. That's up. I reckon that's hitting in line. Whether it would have been umpire's call or not is the question.
See why Connors was pleading with the umpire. Higgins taking that big step across.
Now, low full toss, outside off stump. A juicy shot to put away for Higgins. In any situation, it brings up the Middlesex 400. There is the fourth batting point. 401 for 9 Middlesex. Higgins moves to 140. And after all of the battle to get there, Connors couldn't have served it up on a plate any better for the Middlesex. Number 5, who's still going. Now how does he go about it? Bonus points, there's not enough time left to think about charging towards the 450. That's gone, but does he go on the charge anyway? Does he go on the attack? Not to the final ball of the over, he doesn't, but it's a fruitful over for Middlesex. 401 for 9. And winning the toss yesterday, Middlesex batting first. A little bit of grass out there. Stoneman third from right. Opening up with Robson. Gritty innings from him. It was a tough start. Holden as well with his feet up really well. 30 and 36 respectively for those two. Davies and Fernandez are part of the lower middle order that had to face the second new ball. It was just as tough for them. Higgins has done a fabulous job. Has done a fine job with him. 28 balls for his 12. Very useful needed runs in Middlesex's 401 for 9. It's gotten to that fourth batting point. Really is going to be interested to see how Higgins goes about this now. Do they just keep batting to try and grind Derbyshire down? Hot day in the capital. They go on the attack and let's get out there themselves. Nice leave. Nathan Bamber. Thrust that pad forward outside off. It's a very good ball. Thompson, nicely played by Bamber. That's that flight, toss it up there to the tail end that you talk about, just give it a bit of air, eventually a tail ender will See that ball floating through the air, and they'll be thinking of that big boundary back over the bowler's head. Flatter delivery and punished. Width on it. Bamber punches it away. Just too wide from Thompson on that occasion. It's a lovely shot. Bamber with pursed lips. It looks as though he enjoyed that one.
He's in the zone today, Ethan Bamber. It's a lovely shot again. Just giving himself a little bit of room. Not that wide, but Bamber cuts it away. Second boundary.
So he needs to leave it. Thompson just on that spot. No width for Bamber. On that spot. Varying that flight. Squeeze a single comfortably. He might get it through an inside edge past that short leg.
Boundary taking the partnership into the 40s. Exactly what Middlesex would have wanted. Now they're past that 400 mark.
Four off the over, 4:05 for 9. 1 over with the bonus points left in play. Middlesex are not going to score 45 though. Derbyshire already have their maximum bowling points. Middlesex going to take 4 batting points from this innings, which I think they'll be pretty happy with. That's the old scenario for bonus points. You get maximum bonus points at 400. I think it's a little bit harsh, perhaps a little bit wrong that it's at 450 to get your maximum nowadays. 4:05 for 9 then. Higgins 140 on strike. How does he go about it now? The field is well spread. Does he happily take the single and say that he's happy with Bamber? He's on the attack. Rejects the single. That probably then is the answer. He's going to try and do this in boundaries from now.
Yeah, I think we'll see a plan of outside off stump from Connors. Higgins most likely look to step across, target that short leg side boundary towards the mound stand.
There you go. That's what he's after, and that's what he gets. Massive shot over long leg that. Long leg just watches it sail into the mound stand. Higgins on to 146. Well, he's already got a double century at Lords this season. He went to his between 50 and 100 in rapid time yesterday. He's 4 shy of 150. He's with Roland Jones, the Middlesex number 9. He went from that 50 to 100 in no time whatsoever. Imagine he's going to try and go for a fair while still this morning. He's hitting it the way he's seeing it. Now looks to carve at that one. Perhaps trying to go too hard. You can see that open face there. Eyeing up that space as a deep point, so pretty fine deep third as well, to try and get it between. Pretty much on the square as the deep point, perfectly, just backward of and just out of your shot. It's a long leg rather than a fine leg, I'd say, but sorry, a deep third. Low full toss, bunts it into the onside and just bung it down the throat of deep mid wicket. It's a good stop. Connors stroked by Higgins. Now, will he look for the single? I think he might just take the boundary if he can get it here. The fielder up. Say to Bamber, go on then, just push back the off spinner. Trust in the number 11 to get his head down and nudge the ball back. Over, try try and pick up the boundaries, as he has done with a 6 in this over against Connors. There's the use of the feet. It's a bit of a pad on the way through. Good stop again by Guess behind stumps. Stumps are getting through for a leg by as well. So over to Bamber once more. 6 for 11 for 9.
An hour gone. Day 2. Pleasant day. Pavilion nicely populated with members. Not many jackets needed out there.
This feels like a better crowd in the pavilion today than it was yesterday, which is extremely interesting. All the talk about Sundays, but of course England were playing in a must-win game at the T20 World Cup yesterday, so maybe that kept a few away. So the general crowd around the ground is a few less than yesterday, but the pavilion looks busier. Could be wrong. Not for the first time. Ethan Bamber, reverse sweep. He wants 2. Higgins says no thanks. With that reverse, I've seen more than enough, Ethan. You settle down at the non-striker's end. He calls him for a chat. It was a good shot, it was well executed, but what's Higgins thinking? Swept for a single. For a chat again by the looks of it, Higgins. Is it just block out, block out? 3 balls to go. Let's push him back. Oh, now. That was a good ball. Bamber didn't know whether to be back or forward. He could have been on the front foot to that one. It was a lovely length. The problem is when you rock back on that length, that ball spins back in. Oh, just over the stumps. It's good bowling from Thompson, not allowing him to sit on that front foot. That's the question. Next ball, so you got final ball. Try and rip it towards that off stump for the dream delivery again. Good length. Take it back up the slope. Field set back on the offside. They're pushing everybody back, giving him the single. They won't take it, Middlesex. 111 bowls. 4-13 for 9. Higgins will have the strike.
A little look around the country. The other action going on in Division 2. Glamorgan at home to Northamptonshire. After bowling out Northampton for 279, Glamorgan at 85 for 1 in reply. Division 2 leaders, Sussex, up against Leicestershire. A lot of eyes will be on that game. Middlesex pushing for that top spot. Sussex 442 all out. John Simpson 183.
He's dug that out. It's a low full toss in the end. Just a single, so he had to be watchful. He clips it to the onside. That's how big he's seeing it. It's worked out it's the Yorker. He still tried to clip it away. He knows he can't swing hard at it. It's a good crowd in yesterday, it's a good crowd again today. Booking a day off work, probably June, you fancy him, yeah, there's a good chance it's not going to be raining. Book that Monday off. Where has that gone? Over the keeper. And it's the 150 with a top edge from Higgins. He swung himself off his feet with that one, nearly trying to clear the onside boundary. It's a rare false stroke in this innings. He'll take it. Top edge flies over the keeper. It's another 150 this season. 200 already at Lords against Glamorgan in the opening rounds, but this is some effort by Higgins, this one. It's taken Middlesex from what was a very solid first 2 sessions of the match to dominating the 3rd and 4th sessions of the game. Slow ball. Single rejected. Now he's got his own milestone, 151 of 213. He brought it up off 214 face. Now, what does he think? 49, another double ton. Obviously, team is number 1. The point here is get as many runs as you can. Block hole from Connors. Just at the bottom of the screen there, look, Madsen is now the backstop for the keeper. For any top edge, all the field comes up apart from Madsen. Deep square still back as well, and long leg. I think you can understand. Backstop there's an interesting one, isn't it? Length ball, swung hard and swung for 6 more. Well, they brought everybody up bar the square leg, hoping that if he did swing, he'd swing it down the throat of the fielder. He swung it over his head.
He's not really got any of that, Ryan Higgins. You can see from his reaction, pretty amazed that that's managed to clear the rope. He's tried to give it everything, and it's a bit of a top edge that's just cleared the rope. More to spare for Connors. He's trying really hard here, but Higgins is getting some runs away.
Leg side. Top ball's finished over. Higgins hangs his head back with disappointment. He hasn't been able to. Surakumar, that one. Sky Yadav. And that one. This is how the 150 came up. There's the top edge. That's why they put the backstop in position. Rare full stroke in this innings. Can't think of many times that Higgins has offered a full stroke. Take it. 150 up.
In such wonderful form in the county championship this year again, Ryan Higgins. Over 640 runs in the competition so far.
Well played, Ethan. And the way that Roland Jones and Higgins played this last night, they went so quickly to their 50 and then to their 100, and then they shut up the shop. Thinking about coming back and going big again today. With 2 of them set, Roland Jones on 50 and Higgins on 100, he fancied that one of them would be able to go on. At least one of them, not both. It's rare that you're able to pick up and go again, the pair of you, but one of you maybe. Higgins has done that, another 50 added overnight. 2 is overnight. Use of the feet from Bamber. Was it a thumbs up from Higgins or a sit back? Slams at that one. Single rejected.
Hits those boundaries as well. These two passing their 50 partnership with the 11th wicket. Over 60 now. Bamber with 17 of those runs played a vital role, allowing Higgins to really push on. Ball of the over.
That's done his job, isn't it? 423 for 9.
Maiden over from Thompson. Brings Higgins back on strike. Higgins averaging 91 in Division 2. Plays such a vital role in this Middlesex team. Really is a star batter. Delivers with the ball and in the field as well. Such great form this year. Just going back to those scores around the grounds. Mentioned Sussex hitting 442. Leicestershire at 42 for 5 in response. The other game in Division 2, Yorkshire Gloucestershire in Scarborough. Yorkshire 402 for 7. First wicket partnership of 307 between Adam Live and Finley Bean. Change of bowling at the pavilion end. Lewis Rees, left armour, 9 overs yesterday.
Bit of width. Stroke slip, rejects the single again. He's had to drag that again, which means it goes up in the air, but it lands safe. You know what they're doing, Derbyshire, put it across Higgins. You're asking the right-hander to heave it. They were doing that earlier with the right arm, and now with the left-hander, it's an even more difficult angle to try and swing that back to the onside as Higgins was trying. Around 15 pretty productive minutes for Middlesex this morning. Higgins adding more than 50 to his overnight total. Bamba 17 at the moment, 7 from Brooks, just a couple from Roland Jones. Crucially, 4th batting point for Middlesex as they look to keep pace with Sussex, the side that beat Derbyshire every time Derbyshire have been defeated this year. 6 draws, 1 defeat in their 7 games, and it was Sussex that beat them. Draw for Middlesex against Sussex in the last game here at Lord's. Let's get back to winning ways in this one. Certainly put themselves into a very good position having won the toss. That's a nice little tuck away from Bamba. He's into the 20s. Mischievously mentioned that he would be looking at his maiden first class 50. Extra 49 not out here against Surrey at Lord's. Will he greedily be saying to Higgins, hold on a minute, we want as many runs as we can get, I can get a few of them as well. Floor to Gully. Control of it, but it stays low. Ball which is now into its 34th over, so there's still some life in it for the bowlers. There's still plenty of life in the ground staff as well. Doing a fine job here at Lord's, looking spectacular as ever, the outfield. This pitch has been pretty good. There's been pace and bounce for the bowlers, there's been movement. Batters are cashed in 428 for 9. It's been a good surface, this one. .428 for 9. stroll in the park. Our parks have one around. Warm that one, Higgins, looking for the little paddle, little tuck around the corner. There's a fielder there for the catch, actually. Did he get the bat on that? Did it top edge onto his... Oh, they've appealed the LBW, so they didn't think so. But yeah, there's a very... Is it short fine leg? Now, where's he got that? He's got it for 4. On 62 for Higgins. He had to dig that one out. It was a fuller delivery, I think, than he was anticipating. Certainly hoping for, premeditated from Higgins. But there you go, it was right into the block hole, but he's got it away. He's really been seeing this ball big throughout this innings. It's been a fine knock. I'd say possibly one of the best I've seen Higgins play, and he's played some good ones. He's changed the course of this innings. The course of this match as well. It was a tough grind before lunch and before tea yesterday, but Higgins and Roland Jones, something very, very special. And now Bamba is a fine support act to what's continuing to be an excellent knock here by Ryan Higgins. Down the ground with that one. Might have picked out the fielder this time. No, it's just short. Now, did he see it? To Pavillon down there. That looked as though it was going straight down the fielder's throat. Certainly the line of it was straight to Pavillon. Now, when did he pick it up? It's not dropped that far short of him. He hasn't walked in that far. It would suggest he didn't pick that. So you can see him down below us in the media centre. Higgins gets away with one. Look at it. He hasn't gone far, he's gone back to begin rather than coming in. Back and across. And charging forwards, which Bamba didn't do. Higgins, though, is producing some of his own magic out there.
Favourite shot, this from Ryan Higgins, that reverse sweep, absolutely nailed it. He stands tall when he plays that shot as well.
He swept that out of the block hole, which is extraordinary, really. Have to do that on an orthodox sweep. Reverse, 4:33 for 9. Across. Just keep it out there and ask Higgins to drag that ball once more.
That reverse sweep, boundary, set another record for Middlesex in this innings. We saw that 8th wicket record partnership between Higgins and Roland Jones. That reverse sweep set a new record partnership against Derbyshire for the 10th wicket. Higgins and Ethan Bamba. Passing a record of 66, previously set by Max Holden and Tim Murtagh here at Lords in 2018. It's been a wonderful partnership from these two. Really put Middlesex further into the ascendancy.
Swung hard, swung big, swung in the air. He hasn't got enough of it. 2 are coming in, and they hold on in the end. Goodness me. The call was made eventually, but it looked as though they were going to collide for a moment, and then if there were any hesitation, it could have been a calamity. Yeah, in terms of the drop as well. Madsen holds on. He pulls rank over Connors. This is mine, he said. And he held on. He wasn't putting that one down. Higgins again having to try and get it from outside off to that short boundary. It was a tough ask. Well done, Connors, in standing down quickly when the captain called. To be a brave man, he knew he was in trouble. Not quite, not this time. But a brilliant knock. There was plenty that came before it. 163 from 226. It was a lot of fun to watch. More importantly for Middlesex, it's a crucial innings which has put them into a very, very strong position in this match. It's been a good surface, good cricket wicket, because he'd fancy the bowlers have just got it over the batters in this. But Ryan Higgins has come up with something quite extraordinary, very special. 433. Middlesex, Bamba. Fine work from him as well. Huge credit for his unbeaten 21, helping Higgins to that. And, well, there you can see. Hard toil at the top for Stoneman and Holden yesterday. They really had to dig in for those runs. Ploy similarly had to work hard for his 57. It was a good knock, which helped set things up. It was a partnership that began with Higgins. It was a partnership that flourished between Higgins and Roland Jones, also chipping in at 50. And there you see the damage done down the order, and that's where the big question mark is about the start of the Derbyshire innings. How much does that 121 partnership and that 71 partnership for the last wicket, how much damage has that done? And how much has that distorted this total for Middlesex? It would have been a game where the seamers would have enjoyed themselves for a couple of sessions yesterday. Not so much for the last two sessions. Middlesex will hope that their seamers enjoy the start against Derbyshire. I suggest the visitors have probably got a lot of work to do here before lunch and throughout the rest of today. We'll find out after a short break here on the live enhanced stream from Lords in association with Daft Bet for myself. Kevin Hand and Don Ford will be back in a bit.
MCC and Middlesex Cricket like to welcome our vociferous small children, providing some great support over in the Mound Stand, visiting today. You'll have an enjoyable rest of the day this year. Lords, thank you for that very good support.
And welcome back for the brief little session before lunch to start the Derbyshire innings. This is a tricky passage of play. Higgins would have loved to have kept on charging. I'm sure Bamber wouldn't have minded taking that red inker on towards his maiden first-class 50. What it does mean, the fall of Higgins, is that Middlesex have a little bite at Derbyshire just before lunch. So the chat will be on the stumps, hold your chances. This is a chance to get at them, get on top of them. 28 minutes to really try and press home an advantage, which has begun with the bat, won the toss. Owen Jones, you can see, really got that message across to the team there. And it's a challenge now for this pair, eyeing up Middlesex as they walk out. Who's he having a look at and having a chat to? Lloyd on the left. Lewis Rees, the man who picked up the wicket to dismiss Ryan Higgins. That's still at the bottom of the screen for him. Rees 1 for 27 from 10.3, picking up Higgins for 163. He'll have strike. But he won't, because the bowling will start from the nursery end. It will start with Ethan Bamber, the man who was not out on 21. So it'll be Lloyd to have strike with 4 slips in place. Middlesex are on the attack. There's a point and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg as well. There it is. Glimpse of sun peeking towards the pavilion. This man will be hoping to get a very good look at the top of off stump. Fine effort with the bat. What can he produce with the ball? First few peaches of deliveries from both ends. He's got the nursery to begin. Bit of width to begin from Bamba, resisted by Lloyd and by Rees. They've got to be thinking about trying to be there, one of them at least, until stumps tonight, trying to get Derbyshire into this game, into a position. Run rate for Middlesex was very good in the end at 433 because of the Roland Jones and Higgins partnership. Slowed slightly by the way that Higgins had to go about it with Bamba. Dot balls as the pair navigated their way towards the fourth batting point. 433 is an excellent first innings total. Goodness me, if you said to Roland Jones when he won the toss and elected to bat first that that's what they'd walk away with, he'd been beaming with a big wide smile hearing that. That's where he wants to be. It nips back up the slope, probably doing too much. It's on the back leg as well. Height would have been a question for the umpire. There you go. So it's hitting that back hip, let alone the back leg. And the top of, yeah, the top of leg. And there's the first run, stroked away. Lloyd stands up tall, punches away just in front of point. The ball calls, angling that back in towards the stumps. Bamba. Lloyd not going too hard at it early. Off the pads, just watchfully turn to mid-wicket. That punch again, Lloyd. He's up and over the top of it, but not quite as time as he did the previous. Control was key though, got it as far as Fernandez at point. Good from Bamba, good from Lloyd as well. Drops the single to the vacant covers. 7 for no wicket.
Start as well from David Lloyd. Lovely back foot punch. We saw the first boundary. Be a little tricky mini session here for Derbyshire. Openers they get their way through to lunch. 25 minutes still to go. captain Toby Rowland-Jones, half century with the bat. Can he deliver with the ball from the pavilion end?
It was the extra bounce in that Derbyshire innings for me that I just thought, you know, it's the extra bit of pace. You see things go on, you lose a little bit of zip as a bowler. Bounce was always the key for Rowland-Jones. It's bouncing the surface. 4 slips, if you can find that edge. And straight away onto the spot. Quite sure if that's going to make it. Hard chase for Holden, long chase for Holden. He will drag it back for run 3. But I would imagine that Toby Rowland-Jones pretty enthused by that first delivery. Straight away onto the edge of the bat. Catch for Gully. It's 4 slips that are in place at the moment. 4 still by the looks of it for Rees as well, or will Holden settle at 4th? He will. Bounce, look at that, it's got through the gloves. It's an interesting one for Rowland-Jones. Talks about the bounce being the key for him here. Enough that the batter doesn't need to get involved. Davies just died on him on the way through. You see a few from Connors in particular and find that bounce with an extra bit of pace as well. It's just skidded through a little bit more. Bounce from Rowland-Jones. He'll extract that bounce, no doubt, but he won't extract it at the same pace that he used to. So you can imagine that going through to the keeper, it might be more tennis ball feel for Davies behind the stumps. He was dying through, and that was why his gloves, so his fingers were pointing to the ground in the end as it burst through. Just looking to nag the top of that off stump relentlessly. Go again. Taken nicely behind the stumps by Davies. It wasn't a shorter delivery, it was a length ball, so the trajectory it was nicely through. The shorter one went up, but it started to come back down on him previously. It's points away on the surface there. Length. Doing a lot of poking and prodding the batters over the next few hours for Derbyshire. Leg sides. Rees will get off the mark. A single down to Fernandez at long leg. Brings Lloyd back onto strike for Rowland-Jones. He bowled the first ball of the over 2 and found the edge. Let's get back on that spot once more. It's the right-hander. It's well run. Nicely done by Lloyd. Single to end the over. Derbyshire 12 for no wicket.
Positive start for Derbyshire. They look to get their impact on this innings early. It's very easy to lose a game in these mini sessions, but put themselves in a good position going into the afternoon session if these two can get through to lunch. Experience of Lewis Rees and David Lloyd, both players in their early 30s, averaging 30 and 34 respectively.
liquid lunch for something by the looks of it. Why not? Hot Monday.
Could be a liquid lunch as well for us, Kev. Soup.
Nice recovery. Tea and coffee, I was going to say. Yeah, soup as well.
There's some non-threatening clouds around, but it's quite overcast with these warm temperatures, around 26 degrees. It starts to feel a little bit humid throughout the afternoon, which will help the bowlers. Tend to see when it's cloudy overheads and high temperatures, you tend to see a little bit more swing.
There or thereabouts in this over, Bamba. Not as much under the surface just yet. Nursery aims. Swing. It's not quite been as prevalent as it was at the start of the Middlesex innings yesterday morning. So Middlesex will be interested. It can come down to the ball, to the overheads, the pitch. Straight out there at all. Yesterday, it's really, yeah, that ball was swinging dramatically from ball one once on the ball. She's at seams up the slope between the over. 3 done, 13 without loss. So yeah, Dom, you mentioned the cloud cover at the moment that's around. Much breeze out there. I just wonder with these Duke's balls sometimes any given ball can be different. It does, how it reacts. Just the backer starts to come off and then that swing starts to come into it. Not a hint of a breeze at all. That's perhaps why that weather warning was there today. Temperatures pretty hot. Who's that hit? Hit the stumps, buzzers. Stoneman with the throw. They're going to get back for 3. Throw. There it goes. Roach, who's just about to put his head in his hands. Is it deflected away, but decided no, I'll applaud the throw. Stone, that's what you want. Put pressure on the batters, make sure those signals aren't easily scampered. To have a look at the right-hander at the moment. I've already found that edge first ball. It's first over. Which is there for it for sure. The seam movement we've seen, still there this morning. So move around here, take a few check back to cut him in 2. Let's bring that outside edge into play as well. spot.
Do tend to see that the ball will move around a little bit. Once a few overs have gone, usually around that 8 to 10 over mark, you see Lacquer comes off. Swing. The bowling attack. As the Derbyshire balcony looks on. Hoping for a good start from this opening pair.
Time for a holiday. That one's coming back. Heathrow. Virgin Atlantic, is that? People bound from New York. A couple here, it's fine at the long leg fielder. It was Miami to throw that one. It's Miami. I can see you a pina colada man on the beach, Tom.
I actually haven't been, but the sound of pina coladas do sound nice. Have you been?
I have. Time ago now. Don't remember much of it. Too many pina coladas. You a few of them on the go up there today, you reckon? Pina coladas in the pavilion? There is a cocktail stand at the back. Can we spot any pina coladas? I'm trying to think of a few more other cocktail names that we can't say. The MCC members might be drinking. Punched away, it was in the air for a moment. Felt as though it was in front of the point. We have another boundary.
A little bit short, a little bit of width from Bamber. David Lloyd again. Second time he's hit that back foot punch. Both times beautifully. It was in the air, but very safe. Away from Nathan Fernandez at point. It's been a good start from Lloyd.
Ouch, 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 ouch. Oh dear, onto his knees. Picks himself up pretty quickly, David Lloyd. Hopefully it's a good sign for him. And, yep, they're still there.
Saw Ethan Bamber actually escape one of these. Lloyd. Oh, it's an inside edge as well.
Oh dear, that's horrible. That is awful. Nobody smile. Chappell, he's got the right idea. He might be smiling, but if you're smiling, put your head down. No one laugh, no one smile, no one chuckle. He's not smiling about it either. I'm not surprised. That was nasty. He's too nice to smile. Spot getting close to it, just seeing if he gets forward to this one. Just a quick change of field there. Look at Max Holden, he's in a short cover now. Bamber then goes leg side, put away for 4.
Lovely shot again from David Lloyd, raced on to 25. Just 16 deliveries, Bamber just straying in line. Easy clip off the legs. Towards that long boundary, but then over the rope. There's 3 boundaries in 4 balls now on this over. Not quite been the start that the Middlesex bowlers would have been hoping for.
In the air, gone! Fine catch by Nathan Fernandez. Sharp chance. He probably have moved a little bit finer as well with short cover coming into position, so he had to move even more through point to take that one. And Middlesex have their first wicket. Bamber's been asking that question. Lloyd's been going at him on that back foot, looking to punch away, but he only punches this one in the air. That's a good tumbling take from Nathan Fernandez. Fine catch, the Middlesex youngster. Delight for Ethan Bamber. First wicket goes down for Derbyshire. Lloyd has to go for 21. Derbyshire 26 for 1.
I just said that it's not quite been the start that the bowlers would have wanted, but that will really help. Vital breakthrough for Middlesex. Would have been looking for 1 or 2 before the lunch break in this mini session. They've got it. Ethan Bamber now reached 100 first-class wickets at Lords. It's a very good catch from Nathan Fernandez. See, Derbyshire's number 3, Brooke Guest. Very, very, very impressive batter coming in. He's got a job to do here for the away team.
No rest for Guest, out there with the gloves on for all of that Middlesex innings, and now out at number 3, virtually opening, just 4.5 overs to put his feet up. Now a tricky little couple of overs through to lunch. Still 5 minutes to the interval here at Lords.
Derbyshire's leading run scorer in Division 2 of the County Championship this year, 456 runs, averaging 45.5. Big player in at number 3. Big 5 minutes. Can Middlesex find one more breakthrough?
Four slips in place for Ethan Bamber. And they are 6-3 fields. Straight into the spot. Stride in from Guests to make that first ball. 26 for 1. It is at the end of the over, this is why.
We have mentioned that David Lloyd hit a couple of those back foot punches in the air and got away with them. Just that one earlier in the over evaded Fernandez, but didn't get away with it this time. Just a little bit more off the splice. Very well held from Fernandez. Delight for Ethan Bamber. Middlesex have their first.
Perilously perched. No, not the Derbyshire first innings. Not sure where that was.
Best seat in the house that pigeon had.
So it's, of course, we're 1 for 1 after 5 deliveries in their innings. Derbyshire faring better at the start of theirs. They've been worried about this first 30 minutes. Middlesex really would have been thinking a couple of wickets before lunch. Come on. Derbyshire have done well. They're nearly there. They're going to be himself a little bit. Yes, no. They settle on the no in the end.
Middlesex can afford to attack. 433 on the board. To be positive in this little session. Got the reward of that breakthrough.
Steered nicely by Reese again, just the single. There we go. 1 o'clock is with us. What colour's the soup going to be today, Dom?
It's a surprise, apparently.
Red or orange, green?
Maybe red.
Just settling that field again. 4 slips and a short leg for Guest. His first ball from Roland Jones. Ball into the spot.
Will be the last 2 deliveries before lunch. Roland Jones get one more breakthrough. Just squirted to the leg side. Far from short leg, but Guest comes through for a single to get off the mark. The last ball before lunch. Boots reached the face.
On the spot. Reese has the response to Roland Jones, though. Good morning for Middlesex. Good day so far. Good game so far for Roland Jones. His Middlesex team winning the toss yesterday, racking up 433 and picking up 1 wicket in that little spell before lunch. 28 for 1 Derbyshire. Got a fair bit to do this afternoon, this evening. Middlesex, they've been greedy, they've been hoping for a couple in that little passage. They've got 1 though, they've got to start. Lloyd will be a little disappointed that he lifted Bamber's short ball to Fernandez at point, but Reese is still there. Guest is with him. Derbyshire. Plenty to do. We'll be back with all the live action here from Lords and the enhanced stream from Middlesex Play to resume at 1:41. The coverage brought for you in association with Daffabet.
There are a variety of food and drink options available to you around the ground during this lunch interval, including our beer festival in the Coronation Garden, entry to which is free for members and match day ticket holders. Coronation Garden can be found behind the pavilion. Food and drink also available from the Bicentennial Bar, Mountain stand, and our concession units in the Delicious, the library Edric stand, and the nursery end of the road. Behind the water stand, you'll find Portland's Cafe. There is limited availability to Ellen's restaurant for lunch. The Lord's Lord's Tavern Park is also open today, serving a variety of park meals. Children's menu also available for £12. There'll be a main meal, soft drink, and ice cream. As part of our commitment to reducing plastic waste at Lord's, the alcoholic drinks are provided in reusable cups. Please take your used cup back to a bar and receive a fresh cup with your next drink. These reusable cups go in front of them, £1 deposit. There are also a number of water refill points located around the ground to refill your own bottles. And as ever, everybody is taking their sun safety seriously today. Using sun cream and a head covering. And heading for shaded areas if necessary. Away from food and drink are retail shops. The MCC Middlesex Member Shop until 5 p.m. and our Lord's Retail Shop, located by the Halo Field Gate, open until 6 o'clock today. The MCC Museum and Library open until 5. Museum entry costs £5 for adults and £3 for concessions.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you haven't been to Lord's before, you may wish to visit the Lord's Farm Walk. A stunning new installation behind the grandstands and Compton stand. The wall showcases the 100 greatest milestones that have taken place here at Lord's, alongside thousands of supporting messages. Certainly worth a visit today if you have the time.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on them. 8. Yeah. Unbelievable. Two of them roses. So you've been relevant, more than number. Yeah. Yeah, he's on with it. Yeah, let me see the story you know you're not. I know what you're like. Anyway, have a good one. See you. Go ahead.
Umpires Chris Watts and Naeem Ashraf. Toby Rowley-Jones leading out Middlesex.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords, the live enhanced stream here from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. A warm welcome to all of you listening in, tuning in and watching in. So good to have you all with us. 28 for 1 it is. Derbyshire replying to Middlesex's 433. And a job to do for Lewis Rees and for Brooke Guests. Tricky 6 overs before lunch for the visitors, which resulted in the wicket of Lloyd, the skipper, falling for 21. Caught Fernandez off Bamba. Backward point. Brilliant catch it was by Fernandez. Sharp chance. Punched away a few through points and through cover. Put in a short cover point, Max Holden there that you could see clapping away. It meant that Fernandez went a little bit finer at backward point, tumbling towards point. He managed to take the catch. A sharp chance, a good catch. And a big wicket for Middlesex, the breakthrough. Now they'll set about an afternoon hunting wickets. They hunt too hard though, at run rate 4.6. Should be a pitch, just hit the top of off, and the pitch, the surface, the conditions, the overheads, the ball. It's all been there for the bowlers in this game. There's pace and bounce in it as well. Imagine having gone out hunting wickets this morning. It will be a case of let's stick to the basics. Top of off. They've got the field for it. There's 3 slips in a gully and a short leg crouching down for the first ball after lunch from Ethan Bamba to Brooke Guests. Oh, now, was there bat? Yes, and he looks straight at the toe end of his bat. Brooke Guests holds the bat up, checks the toe, sees the damage, says to the umpire there was a big lump on that. Let's have a look. Oh, well. Guests certainly hit the bat onto the ground. How much of an inside edge there was. We'll look at it again from behind Bamba. You see a fair bit of off and middle. So was it sliding down anyway? Would it have taken leg? Whether there was a little bit of bat involved. Just there, was there an inside edge onto that back pad? Was it sliding down? Middlesex were keen. Umpire not so. Guest certainly wasn't. On the spot, Bamba. Guest having to get his front pad almost out of the way of that one, get that bat down cleanly through, stroking the ball back. To be careful not to end up playing all around that one. Bamba's on the spot. 2 to go the over, first after lunch. A number of things for Derbyshire to think about. Follow on is clearly one of them, it's a long way away. It's a good stop. Backward point is Max Holden. Gully, perhaps, prevents what would have been for enthusiastic response from all of his colleagues. Good to see. It was mentioned in the match at Cardiff by the Glamorgan coach at the end of the game how impressed he was by the team spirit amongst the Middlesex side, and I have to say it's something that I'd noted earlier this season as well. Seeing such good team spirit. Dressing room for a long time. That one squirts away in front of point. It'll be Guest's first boundary. The first boundary after lunch for Derbyshire. 7 bowled there, 32 for 1. Squirts away sweetly. And cover in place. That cover point when the catch of Lloyd was taken. You're watching live enhanced stream here from Lords in association with Daffabelt. I'm Kevin Hand on forwards alongside me, and that 6 overs was pretty useful for Middlesex. I think it's given them a sight so they can regroup. And crucially, they've got a breakthrough as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Kev. Good afternoon, everyone. Middlesex in a very strong position coming into this afternoon session. Wonderful 163 from Ryan Higgins, and a wicket for Ethan Bamba.
Straight onto the spot from Toby Rowland-Jones immediately after the interval. That's a beaut. Lovely delivery from Rowland-Jones down the slope. Pavilion then bowling to a left-hander. Push it there towards that off stump and you hope it slides away. Put your middle and leg meeting the outside edge.
A lot of appreciation there from Lewis Rees. Not much you could do with that. As a batter, that's pretty much perfect from Rowland-Jones. Maybe just look for an inch fuller, try and find that edge. Got a big job to do, this batting pair, against the Middlesex attack. I'll be looking to be aggressive, looking for wickets, a lot of runs on the board. Very warm afternoon conditions. A little bit of cloudy overheads could assist the bowlers.
Now, that was how Rowland-Jones fell this morning. It clipped to mid-on. Rees has got it wide of the mid-on fielder. He stood up tall to it. Felt as though it was in the air for a bit. Equally took it for a very straight line. Fancy that pitched in line. We'll see it again now. It certainly did. He's clipped it. Yeah, really. In between mid-on and mid-wicket. 4 more.
You mentioned that team spirit, Kev. You know, this is the Middlesex side that have been together for a little while now, still very young. A lot of exciting players. Like some Nathan Fernandez coming through, breakthrough season in the county championship. Luke Holman having a very good season, led by Toby Rowland-Jones. Those additions of Lias Deploy and Henry Brooks in the side for this game. I'm sure it won't be too long before Brooks is into the attack. It's a strong Middlesex team that are doing very well in the Red Bull game this season, pushing for promotion back into Division 1.
Now this one gets away in front of Holden at gully. He was turned around by it, guests. Dick Edge. Slightly wider gully, that might have been a chance. There it goes. Just short. Just between gully and what would have been backward point. It's quite wide actually at gully, as it is Holden. Bowlers should feel as though they're in it at all times in this game. There's been enough in it. Day 2 generally is the best day to bat on any surface. But we saw this morning there was still some swing, there was still some seam. Haven't seen much swing yet from Middlesex. Maybe for Ryan Higgins when he comes to the attack. Just a single for Guest. A little look at Rees before lunch. It was mainly Rowland-Jones to Rees and Bamber to the right-handers. Immediately came around the wicket to Rees before the interval. He's doing so again after lunch as well. That's the spot. Rees is worried about that sliding back down the slope to him. But hope to play with one the slope and the ball holding its line as well, and then anything that can get through the air or off the seam as well. End of the ninth, 41 for 1.
We haven't seen too much swing so far from Ethan Bamber or Toby Rowland-Jones. It's more been a little bit of bounce, a bit of nip off the surface. Whereas when Derbyshire had the ball in hand, did see some extravagant swing from the likes of Chappell and Connors.
Oh, now that's really come back down the slope. We've talked about the bounce of Rowland-Jones over the years. I mean, that's angling towards off all the way, but it lifts He's got to play at that. That's hitting the top of off out of the hand, and then as it pitches and then strikes him, it may have actually gone down the leg side. That's how much the slope can play an effect when the ball seams here. It'll feel better. He's worn one. He's eased one away. Pick up 3, which gets him off strike, Guest. I do think for these two right now, rotating the strike, particularly Guest to Roland Jones, I don't think he's going to want to let the Middlesex skipper settle in against him from the pavilion end. See movement out there for Roland Jones, and that always is danger. Post-lunch sleeper in the Allen stand. Well looked after, clearly, in the Middlesex room. Lovely. Roland Jones bowled a fair bit to Rees before the interval. As I was saying, Bamber didn't see as much of him. Rees played him really well, got him behind, got a few away.
Nice little afternoon lull. Must have had the soup.
Red pepper soup in the media centre. Another good one. Slips go up. Either the keeper or the bowler doing.
Started well here, Toby Roland Jones after lunch. His first couple of overs, he's beaten the bat a few times now. Starting to zone in, building up his rhythm. Roland Jones took a 5 for 45 against Derbyshire at Chesterfield back in 2022. To back up that half century, scored in the first innings.
It's away. 3 slips in the gully. Would fourth have had a chance. And Jones suspects quite possibly so. It's Higgins, yeah. Carried to a fourth.
Did take a chance similar to that, Ryan Higgins, against Sussex in the previous county championship game. It was very low, difficult chance to his left. To spare for Roland Jones, another good over. Derbyshire on to 48 for 1, 10 overs gone.
There's the man who got to 150 and pushed Middlesex to what feels like an above par score, 433. Tap from Ploy. Higgins disappointed, no doubt, that he didn't. I mean, it would have been a stunning catch had he have held it, but competitor is a man who'll want to get in amongst the competition in this one. In the attack, he's got the nod ahead of Tom Helm for this game, and Blake Cullen, and indeed Noah Cornwall. He's clearly backed for this fixture, given his chance. Moved across from Warwickshire. He's given the nursery end, which is interesting. Higgins is likely to replace Roland Jones at the pavilion end. We saw how Chappell went at the pavilion end this morning. You wonder whether Brooks would have a similar effect. Same as Roland Jones is having at the moment, getting one or two to nip back down the slope. Oh, now, how did that go? It's gone behind him. It's a trick ball. Dead ball signalled by the umpire.
the definition of a loosener.
Called on the next delivery after the loosener, as you put it. That's what they do, so they warm up, isn't it? They throw the ball up into the air, they release it early, don't they, when they go through hard with the shoulder, and then release early, and the ball flicks up in the air for their colleague to receive it at mid-off and mid-on. It's actually impressive how well they do it without ever slipping. Oh, now that slipped out as well. Just having a little problem here at the start. Brooks, no ball calls on height, back to back. No balls. So a warning for the skipper for the wayside full toss. All of those, you're in trouble. And the grip as the release on this one. That's better. Back up that slope to the right-hander, hoping that it doesn't go through the air. It doesn't seem that just the surface itself maybe takes the ball away from the right-hander.
Nine wickets for Henry Brooks in the County Championship Division 2 so far this season. New addition to the Middlesex bowling attack.
Point set back now. Good move, Holmer down there.
Offers a little bit of extra pace. Extracts a lot of bounce, Henry Brooks. Just 24 years of age. 98 first-class wickets.
End of the 11th. Took a little while to get going in that over for Brooks. He comes back well. 53 for 1. There is that bounce. That's what I've been talking about all morning. If anybody wants to know what Toby Rowland-Jones is like in his peak, this is Toby Rowland-Jones at his absolute best. Hits that length, beats the shoulder of the bat. He's rested for one of the away games early this season. Just cast my mind back to it. Was it Glamorgan? There was a bit of bounce in that surface down at Glamorgan. Middlesex won the match anyway. There was a bit of bounce in that surface, and you just wondered, is that the perfect Roland Jones pitch? To take a temper. In fact, took a temper against Derbyshire, then went to Glamorgan. I think it would have been around 2018, 2019 maybe. So just a little while afterwards. Yeah, it was 2018, 2019, then went to Glamorgan and picked up a whole load down there. Pretty sure I'm right in saying he was on a run of something like 29 wickets in 3 matches. At that point, he was back. He was back to his best. He was back to his peak. Well, might be over-egging it slightly, but certainly in results he was, in the results of his performance. But obviously 2016, 2017, the year he got the 5 for against South Africa. The man was a menace. Was that one up though? Guest makes no mistake. Lovely, lovely shot. Glorious cover drive.
Beautiful shot from Brooke Guest. Confident cover drive into the pitch of the ball. Waiting for that ball to come right under his eyes and punching it through the covers.
Gloucestershire's the match I was casting my mind back to. That was the hybrid pitch at Bristol, which had some real lift in it for Archer to Langer. Oh, and there you go. That's what the bounce does for Roland Jones. It pushes a batter back. And he hits the length from the pavilion end. He rolls back the off stump. And he rolls back the ears with some wonderful seam bowling on a pitch that's got a bit of bounce for him here at Lord's. Said just a couple of balls ago, if you want to know what peak Roland Jones was like, it's this, and there's that slope. If it does nip back, there's a chance it will keep a fraction low here, and when you've got a bowler like Roland Jones who can extract bounce and a batter's tentative on the front foot, which they are on this pitch because there's bounce in it for him, and all of a sudden if he nips one back with the slope and it keeps a fraction low, there's nowhere to go apart from back to the pavilion for Guests, and he enjoyed that one, rightly so. Picture of Roland Jones at his best in this over. Too good for Guests. He's gone for 18. Derbyshire 57 for 2.
Big reward for Roland Jones. Deserved that wicket. Plugging away, causing problems to both the right and left-handers. As you say, Kev, we've seen a lot of bounce from Roland Jones, pushing Brooke Guest back. Lunges down the slope, keeping low. Beautiful bowling. Another big wicket for Middlesex. Brooke Guest gone for 18. High-class player. Placed by another experienced Wayne Madsen. 40 years old. Comes to the crease. Over 15,000 first-class runs to his name.
Get a good idea of it there. It's the one from behind. It's just that little bit of movement. The length, you get a good idea of the length here. He could have been forward, of course. But Roland Jones, as that nips back, goes underneath the bat there, you can see. When it does nip back here, right arm over. That's why Henry Brooks will be dangerous at the pavilion end as well. I'm sure in years to come, I hope that Brooks can make the pavilion end his own, much as Roland Jones did when he burst into the side and rarely looked back. From the moment he arrived in the Middlesex side, he thought he found something special here. There you go, that's that spot again. Madsen right in behind it. 57 for 2. I really wish you hadn't told me Madsen's age. I remember his first couple of games for Derbyshire. Playing Middlesex with a big reputation. Racked up a few runs against the then Middlesex side as well. 40 years of age now. He was already mid-20s by the time he arrived at Derbyshire.
Wonderful player he is, averaging 40, 232 first-class matches. Very impressive record.
Foot again there, Reese. So be careful on that back foot. Right arm over to the left-hander at the moment. You so often see seamers come around the wicket so early to left-handers now. But LBW very much in play. That inside edge was in play there. You'll really look for now, Brooks, especially after that last one, just keeps away, angling away up the slope, away from the left-hander. He's prodding away on a surface now. Can he get one to come back with the slope? Reese will be wary of it. This movement, especially here at Lords, of all the grounds, because of the slope, when there is a bit of extra movement through the air or off the surface, both edges are always in play. It's good again. Just keeps on its line. See Reese playing it late. Wary of movement, wary of deviation. The man in the foregrounds. It's the kind of performance you want to model for Brooks going forward. Bag up what Toby Rowland-Jones is capable of at his best, and he's clearly capable of again in this match here. It's a fearsome array of attacks that he has. It's good leave. Angling across, not a bad shout, but no shot offwards. Give it a slope with fancy, got the chance that it might come back in. Pitching on, off stump. No, it's got to do an awful lot to come back down the slope from there.
Slips were very excited about that one, but definitely not out. This is good from Henry Brooks though. Good second over, 5 dot balls. Starting to find his rhythm.
There you go. It's the one on the stumps, on the back foot. Just happily rocks back, plays it late. End of the over. 58 for 2 after 13. He's on the mark again. With Rowland-Jones over the years, he always felt that at any given time he was capable, especially in the early stages. But as he went on to reach his peak, he always felt there was a purple patch just around the corner, and he thought there could be 2 or 3 in this spell. Go through a side. Pitch down at Gloucestershire. Bristol was made for Marchant to Langer. It felt as though it was made for Rowland-Jones as well, but they'd made the decision. They were rotating and resting him that week. Here at Lords, this is definitely Toby Rowland-Jones' surface, and it has that feel again. Just it did in his early years, and then certainly in his peak, that a purple patch could be around the corner. Offers a little bit of width on that one though. Madsen says thank you very much, that's a lovely drive. 2 gnarled pros going at each other.
A very experienced battle. A shot from Madsen to get off the mark. Jones looking for any movement. A swing, looking for that edge. Slips her in place, but Hudson got to the pitch nicely. Nice timing away for 4.
We had 4 minutes since lunch for Roland Jones. So he bowled 3 before the interval. This is his 4th afterwards. He's always had a trudge. That's the top of his mark. Trudging away. As he always uses. He's perhaps got less of a trudge now as the skipper. You need a bit more of a spring in your step as a skipper. He's got a spring in his step with the ball today. He likes the look of this pitch, I fancy. Little full on that one. It's a couple in the over that Madson's got away on the drive now. Just over pitching slightly. Madsen cashes in.
Another lovely shot. Roland Jones full again. Madsen not afraid to drive, scattering the pigeons. It's his 2nd boundary of the over.
Oh, you missed the return of the amorous pigeons yesterday, Dom. You were away. They were back. No sign of the amorous. There's one. Say the amorous pigeon. There's one who seems particularly amorous, and then the rest not quite as enamoured as the amorous pigeon. Into the over. Dot ball. 67 for 2.
Could have been that pigeon that we saw earlier. Just watching from the line. Waiting for an opportunity this afternoon.
That could be 4. That's a great stop. Oh, look at this. Brilliant stop by Higgins, and then Holman had to be fancy with his footwork. Nice one. Gets it away, straight to Bamba. Reece moves to 20. It's a nice way to do so as well.
Lovely shot. Lewis Reece timed that really nicely straight down the ground. Moves on to 20. Run rate of just over 5 here for Derbyshire. Middlesex still on the attack. Not afraid to leak some runs at the moment in the hunt for wickets.
It's away fine. It's away fine for 4 more. Not a particular on that one really. That's Tom Helm, who we mentioned, didn't make the squad for this one. Brooks was given the nod a long way out. There's the pace and bounce we've been talking about in this match. It's there and it's going to remain there. And that's gone up towards the abdomen, you can see. Being rubbed by Madsen. It's a length delivery and he's probably not too upset that that's bounced a little bit more than he expected. A little bit less bounce and he'd still be on the floor now, I fancy.
From the pavilion end, Ethan Bamber.
Ethan Bamber returning from the pavilion end, replacing Roland Jones. Spell of 7 overs, picked up that wicket for Toby Roland Jones. Bamber comes back into the attack. Got the breakthrough, the wicket of David Lloyd before lunch. 5 overs, 1 for 25.
I think if you were given the choice, if Ethan Bamber was given the choice, he'd choose the pavilion end all the time. It's understandable that Roland Jones takes it. And rightly so, he's got the reward with the wicket of guests. Bamber getting the wicket of Lloyd from the nursery end, and now getting his go at the pavilion. I like this actually because that perhaps means that Higgins is going to come on from the nursery, where I think he's probably best suited. I can imagine that the 4 seam bowlers, I don't want to say quicker because Higgins is sharp, but he does get a lot of swing, and the swing at the nursery end can perhaps be even a greater advantage than at the pavilion. Run away. Nicely done. Angle bat over the top, soft hands. All done nicely. Lewis Rees. Another boundary.
It's good areas from Bamber. Soft hands from Rees. No one at third man. Lunchtime snack. What's in the sandwich?
What's in the glass? No prizes for guessing there, really. I don't think it was apple juice.
It is the Lord's Beer Festival these next few days.
Are we sampling some on Comms Cam? Is it being sent up here by the MCC for tasting requirements?
That'd be a very good day.
Adam Matthews, you tuned in downstairs? MCC marketing department. When it's the Red Wine Festival, then I'll certainly be interested.
Fancy yourself a bit of a wine connoisseur, Kev?
For the purposes of the wine being brought up here and us sampling it like experts, yes.
Wonderful palates.
Good into the over from Bamber on the wicket. Pavilion ends 82 for 2.
Middlesex, second 11. Playing in the 4-day championship against Lancashire and Liverpool. Little look in there, Middlesex winning the toss and electing to bat. Going nicely at 165 for 2. Robbie White, Josh De Carey's opening the batting. Robbie White dismissed for 54, and De Carey's recently out for 90 from 109 balls, so 2 good knocks from the openers. Stevie Eskenazi Joe Cracknell, currently the not out players at the crease.
That's a lovely glance through square. Nearly the perfect four. That one popped over the rope.
Straying a little bit in line, Henry Brooks. Those pigeons getting more action, flying away, scattered.
There go the pigeons again. It's a little bit too leg side at the moment, Brooks, from the nursery end. Still finding his way in his early days at Lords.
Hudson dealing in boundaries, on to 16. 4 fours. Can be a difficult place to bowl, Lords, if you're not used to it. That big slope that we've mentioned, just put you off balance, mid-action.
Oh, straight back to the bowler. That would have gone straight into the stumps, actually. I don't think it would have gone anywhere at all. It's better from Brooks. It's right in behind it.
I feel Henry Brooks can really be that spearhead in the attack for Middlesex, especially when Tom Helm is being rested. Brooks can have that added that pace and bounce. Be that bowler that can bang in some short balls, try and clean up a tail end.
It's just not really straightening for him at the moment. That's leg side again. Got a bit of bounce on that, which actually prevented Mads clipping that once more. But he's just looking for that ball to straighten at the moment, just working it out from the nursery end. Brooks, you can see he's got all the makings, the heights, the pace. He can extract the bounce. It's that accuracy and control now.
Dot ball to end the over. 8 from it. Good comeback from Brooks. Derbyshire 90 for 2. 17 Garden still trailing by 343. A lot of work for the away side's batting lineup. I feel this is a really important partnership. Reese can stick around. Madsen, we all know the runs that he can pile on.
The line, so he wants to leave it just there. Brings it a little bit closer and Reese has to play at it. That's the channel. That's nice. You can see that's come back up the slope ever so slightly off the surface. We still haven't really seen in this innings with this ball just yet. Is any real pretty just swing as we saw for the Derbyshire bowlers. There again, probing Bamba. That's all he wants to do now. Sit on that spot and probe. good start to the over from Bamba. Nips back in. A bit fuller play defensively. Now the back foot eased into the onside. He's there or thereabouts around the top of that off stump where he wants to be. Someone making him smile. There's a word from the bench behind him. A couple of players. I know Tom Helm was one of those sat on the bench just below the home balcony. Again. He's just sitting in the crease a little bit. He's waiting on that, but that can be dangerous. LBW to some extent is out of the equation. Right arm around the wicket to the left-hander here. You never know with that slope, it could straighten. But also like to try and draw him forward, searching for the ball, but he's good at playing it late. Back foot again. It's just the next question now. And that's good from Rees because it's asking Bamba to go fuller, and then of course he goes out a little bit too full and too straight. He's clipped, too full, too wide. He's driven. End of the 18th. 90 for 2, a maiden over for Bamba. I think he's asked a lot of questions in that over. He probably hasn't found the answers that he was looking for off the surface. I think Rees has played him really well. I wonder whether just switching to over the wicket might ask a little bit more of a question for Rees to answer. It's the lower tier and Tavern. About as close as you can get to the pitch now. Here he comes, the 150 man. Ryan Higgins, 1,000 runs at Lord's under his belt in first-class cricket now. Reached the 70s yesterday. Reached a century before stumps last night. Reached 150 this morning. Picked up for the 100 as well as a wild card pick this year. Domino, that's your specialist subject.
Thank you, Kev.
Just enamoured you to all the listeners there. Lovely. Straight onto the spot from Higgins. Should we have expected anything less? He's Middlesex's very own action man, isn't he? Certainly got the beard for it. One for the older listeners. Dom and Dan are looking at me with blank faces at the moment.
No ball there from Higgins, but keep an eye on if Higgins can extract some swing. As you mentioned, Kev, none of the Middlesex bowlers have seen quite as much movement through the air as the Derbyshire attack did, but Ryan Higgins is certainly one who will get that ball to swing, if anyone.
Look at that use of the feet. Over to Jack Davies. Does he come up now? That movement has clearly disrupted the plans of the batters.
As you briefly mentioned there, Kev, Ryan Higgins named as one of London Spirit's wildcard picks for the upcoming 100 competition. London Spirit, based at Lord's.
It's edged. 2 slips and a gully for Higgins. There's been 3 in play all day, but Higgins not well deemed to be quite as quick. Means he's a slip down. Would it have been a catch for third? Maybe.
Slashed away from Madsen. Again dealing in boundaries. Higgins previously represented the Welsh Fire in the 2021 edition of the 100. He's one of 5 Middlesex players who will feature in the upcoming edition. Alongside Tom Helm, with the Birmingham Phoenix, Stevie Eskenazi teams up with the Welsh Fire. Again, Lias Deploy, sort of half century yesterday, will return to the Southern Brave, and Max Holden, again retained by the Manchester Originals. Congratulations to them.
And that's gone again. Flashing hard. Another boundary for Madsen. 24. All in 4s.
Madsen taking the attack to Higgins. Middlesex won't mind this. Bit of frustration that 2 edges flown over and past the slips. Madsen taking the positive approach. 6 boundaries, contributing to every run of Madsen's 24 so far.
It's almost a karate kid there. He's swinging around a kick at the back of it. Trying to get everything behind it. It's a perfect example. Every last bit behind it. Front, pad, bat. And if you need to, swing that left foot around as well. Back foot.
Don't they say to try and stay as still as possible when you're about to hit the ball? But what do I know? Madsen has over 15,000 first-class runs, so... $100 came up for Derbyshire in that last over.
Just 183 more to avoid the follow-on. 184 more indeed to avoid the follow-on. 333 Derbyshire trail by. Still is a famous number here at Lords. The highest test score by a batter, Graham Gooch, 1990. It's India. It's the highest score on the ground until the first game this season on this very track. Sam North East hit 3-3-5 for Glamorgan against Middlesex. So Bamber clearly has his earpiece in. He's gone to over the wicket from the pavilion end for this over. Reese was just a little bit too happy sat on that back foot in the last over. I don't think he can sit back as happily with the bowling right arm over.
Derbyshire moving at a good rate here. Run rate still above 5. Middlesex will hope to just drag that down a bit. Just 19 overs gone. Bowling partnership of Bamber and Higgins. 2 bowlers with the best economy rates for Middlesex this season, both going at below 3s. They'll look to just build those dot balls, build that pressure. Still in the long format of the game, the dot balls are important. You don't want to let the batting team get away. Dot balls lead to wickets.
again. Clipped away through mid wicket. Boundary. Up the slope it goes, but it's a lovely clip for boundaries. On to 33. 104 for 2.
Good shot. Stands very tall at the point of contact. Not falling over. It's easy to just lose your balance. Lovely shot. Mentioned that run rate. You can see there the bowling card. Bamber and Roland Jones with the wickets. But everyone going at above 4 runs and over. Bamber with the best economy of 4.13. Roland Jones going at 5s, Brooks at 6s. So it's something that this Middlesex attack will want to just tighten up a little bit. Get that run rate down to below 3. Start to second over from Ryan Higgins. 2 dot balls. Jack Davies still standing back. That footwork from Madsen in the last over. I'm sure the thought of coming up to the crease, coming up to the stumps would have been in Davies' mind. He stays back for now.
Well done. So what you need to do is turn the strike around. Higgins and Bamber will try and tie them down. Rotating the strike's one way to do it, but Madsen, his first run, not as a boundary. 24 brought up in boundaries, his 25th as a single. Nicely tickled off the hip from Rees for a single. Down to long leg. Rees on to 34. It's important that these Derbyshire batters rotate the strike, the left-hand, right-hand combination. Can just put the bowlers off their line. End of the 21st. Still 53 overs to bowl today, so another 21 until tea. Middlesex with 1 wicket in the afternoon session so far. It was a slow burner in the first 2 sessions for the Derbyshire bowlers as well. They got 2 in the morning. That after picking up Robson in the first over. They got 2 in the afternoon, and then it was a frustrating evening session. 4 taken, but then that big partnership between Higgins and Roland Jones. Recent Madsen settling in now. 49 is their partnership for the 3rd wicket. And it's 50 now with a no ball. 51, the partnership for the 3rd wicket.
Yeah, this pair have batted well, positively. Important, very important session for Derbyshire. Lewis Rees has been disciplined. 34 from 62. Wayne Madsen has added the impetus. 25 from 26. Still got more work to do, but they'll be happy. At the moment, Derbyshire putting themselves into contention in this first innings. Middlesex on the hunt for more wickets. Definitely a bit of movement there for Ethan Bamber. Down the slope. Looking to find that outside edge. Still 2 slips in place. Bamber into his 9th over. Just a slight hold up while the sight screens are adjusted slightly.
Goes through as well. Down to 2 slips at the moment, Middlesex. Times now. In fact, there's been a lot of edges, anywhere from backward point all the way through to 3rd slip. Where did this one go? Yep, straight into the belly button of 3rd. Who wasn't there?
Bless you, Kev.
Did you hear that?
High pollen count today. Beautiful summer's day.
Should have heard me at Sunrise's game last week at Chelmsford. Horror show. Good old Sunnies. Right to the wire, that one. Didn't quite go their way, but a fine game. Charlotte Edwards Trophy last Wednesday morning, I think it was now. Storm victors in that one. No storm sightings at Lord's today. It's glorious. Sun rising beautifully in the sky.
Kev likes the 4-day cricket. Gives him more time to whip out the famous puns.
Fantastic commentary, as ever. Keeps me going through the hay fever season.
Subfielder on for Middlesex.
I am going to guess it's Roland Jones, end of a spell. If it's not Bamba, yeah, Stoneman's at mid-off. He'd usually be in the covers.
Extravagant footwork again from Madsen. Looks like he's going to wind up for a big shot, but it's clever play. Just drops it down for a well-run single. 40 years of age, but still got all the energy of the world.
Wish I could say I know the feeling. Ball.
These two looking solid. Afternoon session on day 2, usually a very good time to bat here at Lord's. Pitch just looks like it could be flattening out a little bit in the afternoon sun. Tinge of green on the pitch, just disappearing slightly. Middlesex are going to have to work hard for these wickets this afternoon.
Slip, slap, slop. Nothing sloppy about Greg's camera work though. Spot still Middlesex. Certainly be thinking about that run rate up over 5, so I won't like that. 117 for 2.
Just having a word with Ryan Higgins about that follow through. Just telling him to stay off the pitch a little bit. It's Paul, our cameraman.
Someone get the sun cream down to him. Use of the feet. Madsen positive, 26 from 29 now. Leg. Sweet flick, but straight to the fielder. Well positioned at mid wicket, Stoneman. Anyone who likes fans would say something about a few fans anyway. Punty. I was too happy with myself trying to get the one out too quickly. Fantastic.
I think it's the fruit bowl that you've got here, Kev. Don't know what they've put in it, but non-stop puns.
Oh. To carve that one. Extra bit of bounce so for Bamba. 24 done, 117 for 2.
Wayne Madsen previously represented Italy nationally. He's played 40, 20 internationals. Italy also have Joe Burns, former Australian opening batter, and Gareth Berg, famous county cricket all-rounder.
For 2 for Bamba. Fluttering wind on the flag here at Lord's today. It's a lovely sight, isn't it? Trees in the background and the gardens out the back.
Afternoon refreshments for the batters. Members enjoying their afternoon. A few drinks, nice pleasant cricket, nice weather. Higgins again from the nursery end. Searching for that breakthrough. Just past 3 o'clock.
Let's go to the spot. It's a little bit of lift there again. Higgins this time. Sort of in the last over. Bamber.
First full shot we've seen for a little while. Reece just looking to cut, but that bit of extra bounce from Higgins causes a play and miss. There is that bit of bounce. Bowlers bend their back. Higgins is getting it through nicely here. Just keeping Reece guessing outside that off stump. Luke Holman warming up. You can see a little bit of a leg spin introduced into the attack shortly. Maiden over from Higgins. Derbyshire 117 for 2, 25 overs gone. And the Seagulls are back. Pigeons are still there as well. You can see the afternoon battle. Seeing more Seagulls than Pigeons at the moment.
From Pavilion End, Luke Holman.
And it will be Luke Holman into the attack from the Pavilion end. The first look at spin this Middlesex innings. Holman having a fantastic season, very strong blast campaign. Wonderful figures of 5 for 16 against Surrey a few days ago here at Lord's. "14 wickets in the blast for Holman.
width. That first one took a 5 for here on Thursday night. Luke Holman in the blast against Surrey. It was a really impressive spell of bowling. He looks full of confidence at the moment. I hope that translates into the championship side as well. Oh, the googly. Shot's fine. Take a couple.
Chat between captain and bowler. First look at Lewis Rees for Luke Holman.
Yeah, this will be fun now with the googly. Down the slope.
See Alex Thompson get a little bit of spin from the surface. What can Holman create here from the pavilion end?
It's a solid first over. 121 for 2.
4 from it. It definitely does feel like batting's just become a little bit easier after lunch. These two have been digging in well. Moving that scoreboard along. Still trailing by 312. Middlesex still on top here, but Derbyshire pair doing a very good job. It's good from Higgins into his 5th over, keeping things tight. That run rate is starting to come down. Currently at 4.5. It was above 5. So Higgins and Bamber have done a good job of bringing that down. Again on top of off stump. It's well bowled. Just got to keep plugging away here. To the Middlesex attack. Keeping it simple, top of off stump. Still a little bit of movement off the surface. Just takes one ball. That's a maiden over. Good one from Higgins. Derbyshire 121 for 2. 27 gone. Players will take a drink, as do many in the crowd.
Just spotting a very well behaved section of the crowd there. I can't see a single drink in hand anywhere.
They're all looking for those pina coladas.
Did you say it was the beer festival this week at Lord's? When's the Pina Colada Festival?
It's during the 100.
Have we heard back? Touche. Have we heard back from the MCC about our promotion here on the live stream on Camscom of sampling the festival goods this week? Is it all week? All 4 days, I assume?
It is, yeah, all 4 days. Which is on the 26th. I did have a wander around the ground at lunch just to see what was going on. A few bars open. I was tempted, but thought I'd stay away. While the players are wrapping up their drinks, have a quick look around the grounds elsewhere in Division 2. Glamorgan 246 for 4 in response to Northants 279. Marnus Labuschagne. LBW for 93. Sussex have Leicestershire 159 for 5. Good partnership from former Middlesex man Pete Hanscom and Wian Mudler, both passing 50. Mudler just falling for 53. Sussex on top there. Middlesex will be hoping that Leicester can stay in that game. And Yorkshire 456 all out. Gloucestershire 60 for none in response. It'll be Luke Holman from the pavilion end after drinks.
Now, nearly got through. Googly trying to go down the slope there to the right hander. There's the little movement from Madsen, acknowledging it. Really gets that Googly to go. I don't know if it was the Googly actually, maybe it was just sliding on that.
And again, good start here from Holman after drinks. There will be a little bit of bounce in the surface as well. He's a tall man. Important part of a spinner's game is the bounce. It's a lovely shot from Wayne Madsen, playing it late, cutting down to third man, and that's going to be 4. Just a little bit of width from Holman. Madsen playing it right underneath his eyes. Nice timing. Moves into 33.
pitch again. There's been a few of those now against Holman.
Good comeback from the leg spinner. Just a little bit more flight outside the off stump. Madsen looking to carve it away. It's the inside edge. Pushed out for a single. A single to finish the over. 6 from it. Derbyshire 127 for 2. There's 7 wickets in Division 2 so far this season, Luke Holman. There is also the spin option, Nathan Fernandez. And Leas deploy, so a couple more options. Should Toby Rowland-Jones want to change things up in the spin department. It'll be Ryan Higgins to continue from the nursery end.
Wobble in that one. No wobbling about Davies behind the stumps. Fine tumbling stop. Thinking too, should just be the single it is. Goodbye signals.
Higgins just dropping Luke Holman back to that point boundary for the right-handed Wayne Madsen. Pushing deep square back as well. Could see a slightly different approach here. Maybe some short ball. Yes, indeed. Madsen just safely ducking underneath that one, not taking it on just yet. And again, another short ball. Hudson looking like he wanted to take that on. There's temptations there, but be a risk. It's a big boundary out to that leg side. You can see deep fine, deep square. You have to be a massive shot to clear the rope out there. Hudson just reining his temptations in at the moment. Another good over from Higgins. Just the one leg by from it. Got through 6 overs now, none for 16. Brought that economy rate right down. That run rate now 4.41. Still trailing by 305. Chat between Roland Jones, Istaploy and Luke Holman about some tactics. Istaploy, former Derbyshire player himself, maybe got some insight into this pair. Holman just causing Madsen a bit of trouble there. Floating that outside off stump. Madsen going for that big drive. Beating the bat. It's pretty much in the game here, the leg spinner.
For 2. We've got 12 overs to tea on the second day. It's a glorious sunny day here at Lord's. It's a big match for Middlesex. Home match and away to Leicestershire. Trying to keep pace with Sussex, who, the last side they faced here, it ended in a draw. The one side to beat Derbyshire this year, Division 2 leaders. All eyes on the promotion race from Division 2. This is a man who very much wants to be in Division 1. There's a Division 1 winner in the foreground. Toby Roland Jones. Ryan Higgins will be very much hoping to put Middlesex back into the top flight.
One of those beers from the beer festival. Catching some sunshine, beautiful day here at Lord's. Not many better places to be. Watching some cricket in the sunshine and the beers. big game going on elsewhere. ICC Men's T20 World Cup about to start. Australia versus India at the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium. Australia have won the toss and decided to field a game that they have to win. India already qualified.
Was going to be a Bath player for Middlesex, Mitchell Marsh, but an injury prevented that contract being seen through, sadly. Would have been a great adventure.
Constantly playing with the field here, Roland Jones. Just see sort of shortish square leg. And Roland Jones just looking to keep things interesting, keep the batters guessing. Got a short mid-wicket as well.
Here's my mate. One take Kev, he called me yesterday, doing the piece to camera yesterday morning. Should see me at the away games. Oh, he's been caught on camera, hasn't he? Sitting down. Oi, up. Come on, work to do.
Just wanted to just maybe watch a quick over. We've ruined his chances already.
That's close. That's close. He's around the wicket though, from the nursery end to the left-hander, which means the slope's going from off to leg, because the angle is around the wicket as well. So he's got a lot to do to straighten it, but it was a decent shout. Hits in line. It's not a bad shout. It's a fair chance that was clipping leg. Top of leg, maybe just doing too much.
Bit of height as well. Ryan Higgins was confident, pleading with the umpire, but maybe just doing a little bit too much. First bit of excitement. Middlesex bowlers for a little while. Got to keep the energy up, keep those spirits up throughout this afternoon session.
Is that you and I, Dom? That's what the fruit's for. Cake will be coming soon. Hang in there. Hang in there, buddy.
It's a 5 coffees kind of day today. So I mentioned earlier that I hoped it was red soup, and it was. What cake are we hoping for?
We've had red pepper soup, red velvet cake. Red velvet. I haven't had the coffee and walnut here for a long time. That is the best. Lemon drizzle's a close second. Glazed fruit cake yesterday. ripped that one down. Making the drag downs at the moment look good for Holman. Taking his time, stop on his toes, whipping it off the hip.
The end of the 32nd, 3 from it, 136 for 2. Just a quick look at the Division 1 scores across the country. Essex 101 for 3, in response to Mammoth 587 from Durham. Ollie Robinson 198, pushing his case for an England spot even more. Lancashire 296 for 1, in response to Kent's 244 all out. Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon both going past centuries and still not out. Nottinghamshire 360 all out, and Somerset 140 for 2 in response. Warwickshire 229 for 8, in response to Hampshire's 298 all out. Keith Barker picking up a 5 for against his former team. And Surrey Worcestershire, Surrey 490 all out. Dan Lawrence scoring 175 to Shoaib Bashir for 38 runs in and over, the joint most runs off and over in county championship cricket.
Now, was that a put down? There is a hand, well, there are hands on heads in some parts of the fields. Scott through backward point. Brooks back into the attack from the nursery end. Yeah, is it? Just in front of the backward point fielder. He's hurt himself there. It's Elias Deploy. Looks okay now. Second ball.
So bowled Henry Brooks back into the attack. Started well here. Chance first ball. Oh, a good bit of bounce. Pitched full, inviting that drive. This is where Middlesex will need their new signing, Henry Brooks, to step up. Can he find that breakthrough? Just give something a little bit different. That extra pace and bounce. Unsettle the batters. Mentioned earlier, he's 2 wickets away from 100 first class wickets. Middlesex will love for him to find a couple of those in this spell. Played nicely. Opposite again, Lewis Rees to 45. Wayne Madsen into the 40s as well, 41. Partnership of 83. Middlesex need a breakthrough. Can they find one before the tea interval? They found one late in the morning session. And it's the Derbyshire pair on top at the moment. 140 for 2 from 33. Coleman again from the pavilion end into his 5th over now, none for 15. It's caused a little bit of trouble. Not a huge amount of turn in the surface just yet. To be expected on day 2.
Through for the single on that one. It's a flash. It's a flash hard. That's nice from Holman. Had some backing up to it. 34th, 141 for 2. 8 overs to tea on day 2. These two going nicely. Looks like things are going nicely up there as well. Glass half full kind of guys. Just to see Brooks having a go at the pavilion end. Deployed at nursery again, that's partly because of Holman. Oh, first look at the ball. 35th over. Middlesex haven't had a wicket for a while. Partnership's ticking along. Change of ball, please, umpires. Of course, we had that incident this morning, didn't we, with there you go, it's not going through. Need to change it. It gets through that one, but not the other. Although, hold on, it goes. So it's there we go. No, hold on, you can't wiggle it like that. Surely, umpire. Get on with it, he says. Yeah, it's going through.
Did you receive any updates on the case of the missing ball?
No. Our roving reporter Ollie Thorpe's on the case, apparently. We might get the answer by tea on day 4, apparently. Why they had to replace that ball before the start of play this morning? I think they lost the overnight ball. They did, honestly. The umpires walked out to the middle, if you noticed, this morning. They walked out and stood there waiting to start, and then one of the umpires went off and gets some blocked balls. I think they lost the overnight ball. There he is. Our roving reporter's off to find news of what happened with that ball first thing this morning. Fletch. Start of day. Edged fine, backward point, and that'll be the 50 for Lewis Rees. Goes hard at outside the off stump. 111 deliveries. The Derbyshire opener moves to a half century. It's been well tested by the full array of the Middlesex bowlers. He stood firm to it, cashes in on a bit of width. Good point dive into his right. Field starting to spread.
Yeah, lovely knock from Lewis Rees, an important one from the all-rounder. Took that final wicket of Ryan Higgins. He's doing it with the bat, 50 not out, 34th first class half century for the 33-year-old left-handed opening batter. First half century in county cricket since the start of May. 50 against Sussex. It's been a great partnership here with Wayne Madsen. Approaching the 100 mark.
times has Luke Holman found the inside edge today? He's in the game, Holman, there's no doubt about it. 6th over, only 16 runs conceded. Probably need more than one hand to count the number of inside edges that he's managed to find in this time as well.
It's been a good battle between Holman and Madsen. Holman close to finding that gap through the gate. Madsen's bat and front pad. Madsen's got a couple of boundaries away, but there's been some inside edges.
Again, that was very much the inside of the bat there. They're not picking him well, they're not playing him easily at the moment. Definitely full of it. Full of beans, full of confidence, full of form after that 5 for the other evening, Luke Holman.
Definitely doesn't want to burn his nose and cheeks as well with that sun cream.
I think he wants the sight screen pulling together rather than he's looking for a slow hand clap from the pavilion. It's getting closer.
Flatter, quicker from Luke Holman. That last ball. Oh, it's in line, a bit of a googly. Madsen just got a bit of bat on that, trapping the ball between bat and pad. Good over from Holman again. He's been probing. None for 18 from 6. Deserves a wicket. Six overs left until the tea interval. Middlesex need a wicket. Can Henry Brooks provide? Good lines from Brooks. Madsen looking to play into that leg side, really catching a leading edge. That run rate has come right down. Was nearly at 5.5 at the start of the innings. It's down towards 4 now. Middlesex will be pleased with that, even though wickets have been hard to come by. Still working on the ball, trying to get as much shine as possible.
End of the 37th, 149 for 2. Partnership 92 for the 3rd wicket now. Is that the cocktail bar at the back that you were mentioning, Dom?
I've heard they're adding pina coladas to the menu just for us, Kev.
Well, as cricket commentators, we certainly don't mind getting caught in the rain. Speaking of rain, play interrupted in St. Lucia. It's hurricane season out there. India have been blowing up a storm, or Rohit Sharma certainly has at the start of that. But it's effectively a knockout now for Australia, isn't it? For India, it's just a matter of whether they finish 1st or 2nd, really. I think the run rate's going to be turned around. Playing a miss again. Wonder the scenario for that one, because England are involved as well. If that match was to be washed out now, saying it was a point apiece, then a win for Afghanistan tonight would put Australia out, and it would be England and Afghanistan in the semi-final.
Bit of hesitation in the middle, but safely home. It's partnership at 94. Derbyshire passing the 151 mark. It's nicely played. That's deep cover for a single. End of Holman's 7th. 152 for 2.
dab attempted. I think he was pulling the bat away fully at the end. I think he was just looking to ride the bounce. Same again. Top ball once more though.
Push for two here. Just be one. Can Henry Brooks fire something up here for Middlesex as we approach the tea break? Ball. Well bowled, well kept out from Madsen. Brooks just trying something a bit different, going for that Yorker. Good pace from Henry Brooks. Madsen alert, getting the bat down in time.
Lunch toes.
Playing a miss. Very good from Henry Brooks. Outside the off stump, great length, good pace. Encouraging that drive, and again you see that bounce. Just a little bit of nibble away from Wayne Madsen. Very well bowled from Brooks. Derbyshire 154 for 2. Little breeze across the ground here at Lord's. Pigeons enjoying a little bit of a tea feast. Won't be too long before Kevin and I can tuck into some cake.
Speak for yourself. My body's a temple, thank you. Fruit and black coffee. Squirts away again. What do you reckon? Your chair or mine? Whichever one collapses first.
Swept away for 4. Lovely shot. Lewis Rees down on one leg. Sweeping Holman away, picking the gap. And that shot brings up the 100 partnership for this pair. Been really good out in the middle. Been a positive partnership. 169 balls, 118 minutes.
Oh, wow. We talked about the bounce on this pitch. Look at that one. Look at that. This is part of the reason that Middlesex chose to bat first. There were one or two eyebrows raised at that decision, but certainly a bit out there for the spinners. With the sun belting down and a used wicket by day 4 on this pitch, Middlesex will hope that what's been a very promising start by Holman will be an outstanding, threatening finish. Clipped away through a straight mid-wicket. On chase here for Henry Brooks. On slide as well.
They have batted very well, this pair, haven't they? You can think of maybe 1 or 2 half chances, a few play and misses, but apart from that, very assured, confident, good running between the wickets. They found the boundary. Madsen playing the aggressor. Rees batting through. Good control, good temperament. It's been a wonderful partnership. They'll be looking to get through to the tea interval.
There's a bit of movement through the air on that one. Around the wicket, so he's going to move it back down the slope, but I say through the air. There you go. Ball's into its 41st over, so it's come off one side. So he's seeing it big, keeping that one out. That'll interest Middlesex. It's just clouded over a bit here, but you wouldn't suggest it's the overhead that's affecting matters. Just about the ball, which we have seen this season with the Dukes. Around about the 50th over, the ball seems to have a second wind. It comes to life again. This one hasn't particularly come to life for Middlesex. Got some movement off the surface, but nothing really through the air so far. As a result of that in-swing, we've got 2 mid-wickets now, one of them short and straight and catching. Goes a little bit too straight and fly. Quite extraordinary scenes at the T20 World Cup. It looks as though Rohit Sharma's exercising a few demons from the Cricket World Cup. He's moved to 50 from 19 deliveries, and he has 50 of India's 52 for 1 after 5 overs against Australia, the 50 over champions versus the T20 hopefuls. If India win that one, then it's either Australia or Afghanistan for England in the semi-finals. Australia could be out if they lose this and Afghanistan win tonight.
19 balls, the fastest 50 in the 2024 ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Aaron Jones set that record with 22 balls. Rohit Sharma's in the mood.
First run off the over.
Just one from Henry Brooks, 9th over. 162 for 2, 41 overs gone. Still trailing by 271. Maybe one more over before tea.
Only half an hour late on tea. 45 minutes overtime, I think, yesterday, Dan. It's for a single. It's Madsen. Chopping a bit short, up in the air it goes, and it's Robson out there. Smothers it in the end.
Imagine it that so hard that they almost didn't run the single. Well fielded from Robson. It's rare you'll have the ball hit all the way out to the boundary and almost not get a single, but it's a short hit towards that mound stand.
Risky effort again from Rees. Oh, Nell! Goodness me, he's almost got himself into a pickle there, Madsen. He moves to 48, but Holman, and both Dom and I think most people in the ground probably thought he was through there. Oh, just trapped the bat down on that. Holman asking that it hit pad first. Back pad, no, it was all bats.
Don't think you can play the ball much later than that. Right off the stumps. Last ball before tea.
And defended. Good session for Derbyshire. 166 for 2. They trail by 100. 268. So they're 118 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. It's been a very good session. Madsen's 48's been outstanding. Lewis Rees with 64 opening the innings, really holding it all together. We'll be back on the live stream here at Lord's in just under 20 minutes time. Do join us for the evening session with the live stream from Lord's, live in association with Dafferbet.
There's still an opportunity for you to visit our retail outlets on the ground. The MCC and Middlesex members shop is open behind the pavilion until 5 p.m. And our Lord's retail shop, located at the Hayhoe Flint Gate, is open this evening until 6 p.m. If you do have any queries for the Middlesex Cricket reception, that will be closing shortly at 4:30. That can be found adjacent to the main members shop. Any queries on your membership or how to join Middlesex Cricket with no waiting list. Our annual beer festival continues in the Coronation Garden, which is free for all members and match day ticket holders. And the MCC Museum and Library remain open also until 5 p.m. Museum entry is £5 for adults and £3 for concessions. Our international season here at Lord's begins in a couple of weeks' time, with England's men's first test match of the summer here against West Indies. That match starts on Wednesday, the 10th of July, and of course will be James Anderson's final test. England women also return to Lord's this summer. They take on New Zealand in an IT20. That match is on Wednesday, the 17th of July. Tickets for both matches available right now at lords.org/tickets. Umpires Chris Watts and Naeem Ashraf. Toby Roland Jones leading out Middlesex. And to resume the Derbyshire innings, Lewis Rees and Wayne Madsen.
Good evening, everybody. Umpires are back, the batters are back, and the fielders nearly are as well. Middlesex will hope to see the back of Lewis Rees and Wayne Madsen pretty quickly. These two putting on a good stand for Derbyshire. It's similar, not too dissimilar, anyway, to the start of the Middlesex innings. 2 down in the morning session by T. 64 overs into the play, they were 4 down.
From the nursery end, Henry
Middlesex would hope to have Derbyshire at least 4 down by the time the 64th over is reached. But then came the fireworks. Higgins and that man in the foreground, Roland Jones, to begin. Higgins alone this morning with a bit of support from Bamber. Brooks, small amount of support with the bat, hoping for a big amount of support with the ball. Ooh, swung after it bounced, that one. Past the batter. Nicely done. Single. Score update from the Cricket World Cup, because it is a game that England will have an eye on. 10 overs gone, Australia 100, India indeed 117 for 2. Oh, pinball. Ricochets around, inside edge. Did it go off a couple of the boots and off into the offside? Side on. Little inside edge down onto the pad. Did it go off both? Yeah, I think it did. 1-2. Now Brooks has got him with a snorter. And that is what Middlesex have signed Henry Brooks for. Pace, bounce, snorter of a delivery. Nasty stuff, and Madsen departs on 49. He enjoyed that one. Davies with the catch behind the stumps. And they all enjoyed that. Immediately after tea, Middlesex have the breakthrough. Brooks with the kind of delivery and the kind of reaction off the surface that he's been signed to get, just takes that back glove on the way through. Look at that face, look at that smile. Real celebration. Just watch that bottom glove there. There, it's just hit him there and then through it goes. He takes the glove off after he's hit. I did wonder for a moment, had the glove come off by the time the ball struck it, but actually it was the ball striking the glove, I fancied, that forced the glove off the hand. Either way, it's the third wicket down. Derbyshire 168 for 3.
What a start for Middlesex. This evening session, a much needed wicket. Wayne Madsen gone for 49. We mentioned it before the interval. Henry Brooks signed, can offer that little bit extra pace and bounce to this Middlesex attack, and that's exactly the kind of dismissal that everyone involved in Middlesex will be hoping to see from Henry Brooks. Great bounce, great pace, snorter of a delivery. Can really play that role of the enforcer for this Middlesex attack. Perfect start after tea. Matt Lamb comes to the crease in at number 5.
Double century in the last game in the championship. Big scoring match down at Bristol. It's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones from the pavilion end. Just 7 overs so far. Who's throwing that one? Now, this was the wicket that Toby Rowland-Jones took earlier. That'll have felt good. Oh, Bamba has to do a U-turn. He's gone one way and then the other. The ricochet off the stumps, a single taken, but yeah, that was the view from umpires cam for the dismissal of Brooke Guest, bowled for 18. Still be a bit in this ball right now for Rowland-Jones. Saw that swing for Brooks. Seen that bounce after tea for Brooks. Swing before, bounce after. That's all Rowland-Jones wants, just a little bit of bounce. Push the batter back and then see if he can push one through as he did to remove Guests. This time, dug out.
That wicket just putting Middlesex back on top in this game. It's a wonderful partnership between Rees and Madsen. Very important breakthrough to start this evening session.
Bobbled up on the matting, but it seems okay. Crash bang wallop out in the Caribbean. It's crash bang wallop next door, but apparently that glass was saved just at the last minute. assured that that's orange juice and nothing from the beer festival in there.
Dot ball to end the over. 169 for 3. Middlesex were 171 for 4. 171 for 3 when Leas Deploy fell. So these two sides in a similar position at this stage. It's a really good opportunity for Middlesex now to really push through this middle order. If they can get the wicket of Lewis Rees. Get a few more wickets in this evening's session, they'll go into day 3 feeling heavy favourites. A couple tickled off the hip from Lewis Rees. He's played that shot nicely today. It's been a high scoring area towards deep square for the left-hander. Batted well on 68 not out. Key wicket here.
It's in front of backward point, there's nobody out there. It's crunched away for 4.
There we go, a little bit of width from Brooks. Rees able to free his hands, slash hard. He's timed it well, kept it down, picked the gap. It's 4 runs.
single took it away. Into the 45th here at Lords, 176 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 433. So it's another 108 to avoid the follow-on. I don't think we need to focus too much on the follow-on in this game. The forecast is fine for it, but equally, Middlesex we fancy bowling last to Derbyshire. So any of those Derby fans that are booked in for 4 days, they should get the full 4 days of this one. I think you want to bat last, because there's certainly some fun out there for Thompson on day 1, and Holman's bowled well today. This man's been bowling well as well. Toby Rowland-Jones. The ball in hand at the pavilion end. Yeah, not the slow hand clap, not the Mexican wave. He just wants the side screen shut. In the spot, skipper. Oh, wayward throw comes in from Brooks. And that's going to go away for 4 overthrows. And Jones rueful in his reflection of that one, but pushed it to the left-hander Brooks, who was not impressed by the single taken to him. But the skipper, I don't think, was overly impressed, nor the keeper, by the slow. Max Holden, don't look, don't look. Through it goes. You won't like him when he's angry. He's just been G'd up by his mate at mid-off. Nicely steered by Lamb. Easy 2 for 3. They'll take 2 here. The throw will go to the non-striker's end. He's slow on the second, but it was a long, long boundary out there. Rowland-Jones not impressed, clearly. Wondering, I think, how there was 2 there, but it's a big expanse for the fielders to cover. 2 on the leg by. Got a long leg. A deep square. Clip straight to Nathan Fernandez at long leg, just a single to end the over, 185 for 3. Middlesex have got that scoring rate down to 4. It was up over 5 at one point.
Henry Brooks, formerly of Warwickshire. As was Matthew Lamb, new Derbyshire batter, currently 1 not out. Look to build a big partnership here with Lewis Rees. Just moved his way to 79.
Into the 80s. Less than 100 to avoid the follow-on now, but Middlesex will be very keen with the time left in this match, assuming there's no rain, light. Then very keen to bat again and set this up for the final innings. Maybe some fun on that final day, the final afternoon. A chance for Derbyshire's first win of the season. 6 draws and 1 defeat. So it's 2 wins to their name. 5 draws so far. Ushered away. Could be Lamb's first boundary. It is Lamb's first boundary. He moves his side to 190 for 3.
Lovely timing from Matt Lamb. Just a little bit leg side from Henry Brooks. Lamb in good form off the back of that double 100.
Imagine he wouldn't be sheepish after an innings like that.
You've had more fruit, haven't you, Kev?
Yes. $190 for 3. Lords.
Middlesex, second 11, 327 for 7, batting first against Lancashire. Up in Liverpool, runs for Josh DeCaries, Robbie White, Falconer and Nelson as well, both passing half centuries.
That's what I run. Just fine of Holden at mid-wicket. And Jones perhaps wondering if there should have been a single there. He's firing himself up at the moment. Skipper.
Two slips in place for Toby Rowland-Jones. The gully.
That is a beaut. So he's firing himself up. Look at that. Lay bat on that one. Angles in towards off, straightens. Going up the slope. Swinging away up the slope as well by the time it hit the gloves of the keeper.
Come on, lad.
And brings that one back down the slope. Jabs to mid-on. Lamb.
Definitely looks like he's got his tail up here. Rowland-Jones. Bowling with good pace.
Oh, now, if he hasn't laid bat on that, then what has saved him? Rowland-Jones doesn't look too disappointed. Looked as though he got squared up and didn't lay bat on it. Let's see. Inside edge. Inside edge onto that back pad. Yep, there you go. Batter quickly looks at the back of his bat, doesn't he? The umpire. It's only the faintest of inside edges, that one, but it looks as though it was a clear deflection. Ooh, wow. And he has to ride the bounce of the final ball of the over with the outside of the bat. It's a batter's game, isn't it? 191 for 3.
Very good over, Rowland-Jones. It's a good spell this evening session. LBW pretty close, just that inside edge saving Matthew Lamb. The captain certainly got his tail up, looking to push his team forward. A couple more breakthroughs in this evening session. Middlesex will be happy with their day's work, but plenty to do. It'll be Luke Holman from the nursery end. Got through 9 overs this afternoon, none for 32, but he bowled very well. Troubled Wayne Madsen, a few player misses. It's the first time. We'll have a look from the nursery end. Just gives him a slightly different option, looking to bring that ball back down the slope.
Start from home. So Slope turns it back into the bat of the left-hander. Chip down the grounds. A few bounces. Bobble over the rope.
Lovely shot from Rees, good intent, back down the ground. Lovely technique, dead straight. A few bounces, away for 4. Rees on to 85.
Interesting to see the googly from Holman now after that hit over the head. Ooh, wow. Jones giving a good chase there to the boundary rope, but it's a short boundary and it beats him. Holman shouldn't be perturbed by this. As he turns that googly up the hill, Rees keeps trying to hit out against him. It could be interesting. The fact that Rees is trying to hit out against him suggests they'd like to push the spinner out of the attack. 199 for 3. Flatter delivery from Holman on that one. Top ball turn the over, 8 off it, 49 bowled, 199 for 3.
It's good cricket from Lewis Rees as well. A couple of boundaries in that over. Moving him on to 89. It's been a lovely innings so far. Wade Madsen was the aggressor. Rees is now taking over.
Ethan Bamber offering a few words of leg spin wisdom to Luke Holman. The googly, the flipper. Go straight on, Luke. He's a good man, Bamber. He'll be making sure that Holman keeps his head up. He's looking full of form and full of confidence at the moment. I've been saying in the blast, you can see it coming into that Surrey game. Been building towards it, and the key is for him to keep his head up at the moment. Quite got it. Should get 2. Flick back for Bamber. Connor's on the left of the balcony there, bowled a good spell from the pavilion end yesterday morning. Good spell from the pavilion end all the way through. This man's doing all right, 1 for 48 from 10. A little better than his economy suggests. Hooked away. Higgins is the sweeper. Deep square, and it's just a single. What time is he going to kick that ball away? Probably until he's got a 5 for. Less than impressed. Skipper. Spot again. This ball now 50 overs old. The real key for this ball at the moment now might be for a bit of swing. Brooks. Seen it from Brooks. Higgins as well. He's bowling his heart out at the moment, Roland Jones. Oh, he'd love to fast forward 30 overs to a second new ball. Straight into the stumps. Where's it ended up? Oh, now to mid-wicket, and then the overthrow. Oh, this is going to upset Roland Jones. It's gone for 2 more. It's his mate Stoneman who won't be getting too upset with Rocky. Might not throw a punch like Balboa, but probably has a volley of words himself. Rocky, he's doing the right thing, looking to put the pressure on. It's not quite getting the rub of the green, I think they'll feel at the moment, Middlesex, but huge credit to Rees. And that will frustrate the Middlesex skipper even more. They get a couple more away here through the covers. Fernandez giving chase, holds them to 2. He's off. He's got to get his cap, the skipper. He's not in the best of moods at the moment, I think it's fair to say. So 7 for 3 after 50 overs. Those two look in a pretty good place. Rees is on the verge of a century at Lords. That hurt Stoneman. Dive into his right at short mid-wicket, mid-on, completes the fielding. They've taken the single, but Stoneman staying down there. Has hurt something. Right hand. Okay, I think was the reply. Himself up there. Was that a question from Deploy that was pushed back to the bowler? Ball. Oh, he's cut that off middle of the leg. Seeing it big in the afternoon sun. Monday afternoon at Lords, back to Sunday starts of the championship now for the next couple of weeks. Monday and Tuesday starts come September, but Friday starts through April and May. Through it does. And the long legs and the long arms of Brooks diving. In the end, flapping at that one. The face. For Brooks, it's a short boundary, so time and space run out quickly. Sweeping out there. Cut through, that time Brooks doesn't need to move, only to jog to retrieve the ball. Holman doesn't like it. Shake of the head. Outside leg on that one, giving himself room. Lamb's into the 20s. Couple of boundaries, back to back to end the over. 11 off it, 218 for 3.
Matt Lamb continuing good form. Looks like he's found his timing early on here. 21 from 23. It's a 50 partnership already. Just 36 minutes and 48 deliveries. It's raced along.
Flipped off the pads for a single more. Roland Jones persists at the pavilion end. Fielding done by Higgins. Again, you wonder at this stage of the innings. Higgins, Brooks. Brooks still hasn't had a go at the pavilion end. I think that would be worth a go. Fernandez will deploy the other options with the ball. Part-time tweakers, or more than that, I think, the pair of them. Be far off getting to the point that it's worth a go. Wrenching a little bit for that one, but they'll get a single. Fernandez who goes to collect.
These two have certainly up that run rate again to 4.29. Middlesex did get it down to below 4, but Matt Lamb's come in and just up the ante. Aggressive player to come in an Aaron Donald. Be the next man in. After these two, Lewis Rees will be eyeing 100 at Lords, 7 runs away. Toby Roland Jones with his tail up, looking for another wicket.
Through. Holden holds on, doesn't release another throw that's going to get away. Overthrows today here and there.
Definitely been clear that it's become a good batting surface as the day has progressed here on day 2. Middlesex have had to work really hard for these wickets. The new player comes in, and as Matt Lamb has shown, you can find your timing early. There is still a little bit in it for the bowlers that bounce and nip off the surface, but this is looking like a good batting track.
22 overs, hot day, hard toil. 64 overs done in the Middlesex innings and they were 4 down. Middlesex lost their first wicket 0 for 5, Robson, then it was 67 for 2 when Stoneman fell for 30.
Ryan Higgins.
108 for 3. And it was in the 55th over when they lost their 4th wicket, but at that point they were only 171 for 4. The onslaught came a wee while after, so I'm sure that'll frustrate Middlesex a little bit. They haven't been able to control the scoring rate, but they know, as everybody does, day 2 generally is the best day to bat. And here's the moment, Higgins into the attack. Ball in the 50s. As we say, these Chicks balls seem to have had a second wind around the 50-60 over mark this season, so will that be the case for Higgins here? Little tweaker, have a go, deploy maybe from the pavilion end. Remember he bowled to Sam Northeast in the first match of the season. He was really getting them to rip on what was otherwise a pretty flat surface. And there's an option on that front as well. Middlesex will just be starting to think about their strategy through to the second new ball, which won't be available until 8 or so overs into tomorrow's play. 6 overs maybe into tomorrow's play. Oh, they take the single, just fine of Stoneman. Trying to get around, tried to get it picked up quickly, tossed in. But yeah, that Middlesex card, it's interesting. We'll go through the comparisons again. By the 55th over, Middlesex lost their 4th wicket, so came the 61st over and they lost their 5th. That was Fernandez. The 65th over, they were 6 down. Davies fell. It was only 189 for 6 at that point. Middlesex will be thinking where they accrued all those runs at the end between those two, Roland Jones and Higgins. But where the partnership is now, if they can get 1, get 2, then that second new ball and try and finish it off. Stroked away. Lovely shot by Lamb. It's up 4 in front of point.
Another cover drive from Matt Lamb. He's played a few of those in this knock so far. On to 26. Looking very assured at the crease. Higgins, the most economical of the Middlesex bowlers, going at 2.59 from his overs so far. Middlesex will be looking for another wicket.
Punched. 4 more. And it's on to 30. 230 for 3. Derbyshire.
Another lovely shot. Little bit of width from Higgins. Lamb onto it quickly. First one a cover drive through square cover. This one a back foot punch, back foot cut behind point, and a no ball as well from Ryan Higgins.
Follow up to the off stump. They know they'll get combative effort here from Higgins. Certainly be looking to take the fight to Derbyshire with the ball just as he did with the bat. Feels like this is Higgins' time, a spell of the innings where you'd look for him that perhaps the ball isn't going to get the same bounce off the surface, but wily bowler that he is, controlled and skilled. Try and work the batters out. Overs bowls, 21 remain on day 2. Run rate something that'll still be annoying Middlesex. These two have played some flowing shots, some fluent cricket. They've kept it ticking. Always been impressed with Lewis Rees as a cricketer. Bat and ball, I think he's a very, very valuable asset Derbyshire have. He's in the 90s. He's in with the chance of a Lord's century. Ethan Bamber warming up in front of our cameraman down at Deep Square. Martin Anderson on his subfielder down at deep backward square. It's a good shot. Well, if Roland Jones bangs one in short, then Rees sky one down to Anderson. Sonny's also there protective though, as Roland Jones attacks those stumps. Holds a straight line, so he can sweep up all the way around mid wicket down to deep backward square leg. I was going to say I think he's on for Brooks, but there's Henry Brooks. Luke Holman maybe, just finished a spell. I think it is Holman. Just wandered off for a moment. Thick edge, 4 runs. Lewis Rees is into 99.
That boundary takes Lewis Rees to within 1 run. What will be a wonderful century. Vital century from the opening bat.
To Brooks, no misfields at the moment, don't upset the skipper. Everybody's up, see Anderson's come in now to the square leg umpire. Long leg set back. Edged into the ground. Soft hands from Rees. End of the over. 2:36 for 3. It's well short on the bounce. Higgins to Lamb. Lamb, who's topping the averages this year for Derbyshire from 7 innings. He scored 207, so that rather helps. 1 century and 150 in those 7 innings. 2 not outs as well. Now slips down the slope into the gloves of Davies. Nice from Higgins. Brooke Guest, 43, top in the averages with 5 50s. Lewis Rees, 3 50s, including this one, averaging 40, the live average. We've seen that a few times in this game. I think it's the worst of the blows to the midriff that we've seen. That was definitely the worst. Without having to ask any questions or offer any further comment.
Derbyshire.
Does anyone know which one it is? Oh, that's an important looking helicopter. Coast Guard? Has he got lost? Which way's the coast? Well, pretty much north, south, east or west from here. That one's through. And that one's through to the gloves of Davies. Lamb falls for 30. Higgins, hero as ever. Bat and ball, he makes the breakthrough, brings this stand to an end. Middlesex mightily frustrated by the 4th wicket. Lamb gone for 30 off 36. They've been scoring at a good lick as well. Who needs the Coast Guard when he got Ryan Higgins?
Big celebrations from Ryan Higgins. Absolutely chuffed. Wide ball, bit of a send-off there. He's pumped up. The all-rounder, important wicket. Kev said it, Higgins was going to be the guy, and he's delivered. Lamb gone for 30. Another important breakthrough for Middlesex. Good take from Jack Davies, made the decision to come and stand up to the stumps. It's good reactions to take that. It was actually a bottom edge from Lamb, really reaching for that wide ball, but little tickle. That brings Aaron Donald to the crease. To partner Lewis Rees on 99 not out. Derbyshire 236 for 4.
Just down into this game then? No. Dennis, you know, you're back to you're coming tomorrow as well. No. It's the 10 days. Up in Victoria. I've had 2 good days. Next week,
From Pavilion End, Ethan Bamber.
Ethan Hunt from the Ethan Bamber. Let's hope it's not mission impossible for Middlesex to break this 5th wicket partnership. It's only just started. Ethan Bamber from the Pavilion End. Wicket maiden from the other end from Ryan Higgins, who certainly Middlesex is all action hero at the moment. This tape will self-destruct if I get Ethan Bamber's name wrong again.
Lewis Rees on 99.
The link between Ethan Bamber and Ethan Hunt?
Their first name?
Ethan Bamber's dad. Played Hitler in the movie Valkyrie opposite Tom Cruise, who played Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible.
A full wealth of knowledge. It's not all about the puns, Kevin Hand.
That was one of the greatest links I've ever put together. Listen back to that if you can't hear it.
Just fallen short, one bounce. Rees throwing his hands at that. Just looking for that one run to get to a century. A little bit uppish, but fell a little short of Luke Holman. That point.
Sharp single taken and century celebrated by Lewis Rees. 176 deliveries. And a fine knock by the Derbyshire opener. It's been out there for all 56 overs. Applauded by Ethan Bamber, generously so. And well applauded by the away balcony on their feet for their opener. A fine century, a first of the summer for Lewis Rees. To be sharp about it. In the face slightly, running hard, punch in the air. The ball.
Wonderful innings from Lewis Rees. 176 deliveries. He's been there from the start. He's built some good partnerships with Wayne Madsen and Matthew Lamb. He's rarely offered a chance to the Middlesex attack. Very disciplined. Played well off his legs. Nice drives. 13 fours in this century. The 13th first-class century. For the 33-year-old, he'll look to kick on. Still work to do for the Derbyshire batters. Trailing by 194. Opportunity for Lewis Rees to go big.
Lewis Rees' century came in 237 minutes from 176 balls with 13 balls.
He's joined by an Aaron Donald at the crease. Very dangerous middle order batter. He's been a bit unlucky with injuries, as Donald, originally starting at Glamorgan before moving to Hampshire. He's played some really destructive knocks. There's a strike rate of 75 in first-class cricket. Very dangerous player. He's been hampered by injuries. He's got a spot in the middle order for Derbyshire. He's got an opportunity to get some runs today.
Set back, which gives Higgins a look at Donald here.
Just taking their time to get the field correct and in place. 2 slips. Davies still up to the stumps. Been in some good form as Donald in the T20 blast, 84 against Yorkshire, then scores of 68 and 52. Likes to give the ball a whack.
Makes things happen, doesn't he, Higgins? Just goes away down the slope again.
There's definitely a bit of swing in the air for Ryan Higgins as well. Mentioned that second life that this ball has around the 50-60th over. Higgins is starting to extract a little bit of movement through the air, assistance of the slope.
To come with the over. Let's look at Donald's. Having a look at the track. But this man knows how to get something out of any ball, any track.
Good over from Higgins, just the one from it. Derbyshire 240 for 4. We'll look at the T20 World Cup, India, Australia. India hitting 205 from their 20 overs, Australia needing 206 to win. They're 7 for 1 in the second over. David Warner falling to Arshdeep Singh.
Could he have just walked off the field for the last time for Australia? Although at the rate ICC events come around, probably be one next Tuesday in Zimbabwe. Oh, get through, another one. We're on the misfield, so it's hardly a misfield. Roland Jones has seen the funny side of that one. Getting around to stop the ball. Smart for Bamber as well.
Yeah, well, when we were up there, we were going to go over there with Belt. And they wanted to go to Belt.
There either. Got to be time soon to throw the ball to a finger spinner. Just see if they can find something out of this purchase, out of this pitch. An extra bounce maybe. Ploy or Fernandez.
Been bowling well in this evening session. The Middlesex tight lines, chipping away at those wickets. Still lead by 193. I'd say they are just slightly ahead at the moment.
Bat for Lewis Rees, which means drink for Middlesex, chat with the umpire. Looks like he's waiting for something to be run, or the bat to be run out from the dressing room.
Yeah, they're not playing them now, they've finally got open.
Only 2 bats. Choice 3. Lewis Rees has them lined up.
Roland Jones yesterday breaking his bat and then hitting a 6 with the next ball with his new bat. I wonder if Lewis Rees will take the same approach. Just while there's a break in play, we mentioned earlier the England under-19s up against the Young Lions Invitational 11. Noah Cornwell representing England under-19s, picking up a wicket. 6 overs, 1 for 37. Those Young Lions were bowled out for 288. In response, England under-19s need 21 to win from 4 overs. Rocky Flintoff, 101 not out.
Brighton have done the same. Hughes, Pardew, Allardyce, Moyes.
Oh! Goes down. Inside edge, always difficult to take. Amber was ready to go and leap in celebration. It was a skip of frustration in the end. There it was. Got the gloves to it. Yeah. Oh. No.
Looked like there might have just been an inside edge on that. The way Ethan Bamber was going up in appeal.
So with the angle to show us. Can't quite tell from that. But certainly the reaction seems to suggest there was a noise from all around. Delicate dab for a single. Just top of the strike again, leaving that deep point back so that Higgins can get a look at Donald here. Davis standing up now, trying to keep Donald in his crease for any movement that Higgins may find. Bounce, movement, burst through the gloves.
Zip through there from Higgins. Good pace. Bit of bounce. Just flown through. Difficult for Davies behind the stumps.
People wrongly think that Higgins is substantially slower than the rest of the Middlesex attack. He's not. I'd argue he's probably quicker than his skipper nowadays. Pushes it up there alongside Bamber, certainly. Brooks, I'd imagine, is the one who can push it through the quickest of the four in this match. Helm, obviously, Cullen also. Leg side. Body had opened up, particularly gone across. Imagine, even with the slope, you see this is sliding comfortably down the leg side.
Just got that one to move the other way as well, Higgins. Clever bowling. Comfortably sliding down the leg side. It's just one from the over. And Aaron Donald still yet to get off the mark. 12 balls faced. He's found life difficult early on in this innings.
.42 away from avoiding the follow-up. Again, that's never really been the case. That 433 is a healthy and substantial first innings score. Batting first, Middlesex's thought in this match would have always been this drier, used surface. Offer something to the spinners and perhaps bring a little bit of inconsistent bounce maybe into play on the final day. Bottom hand in that one from Donalds. He's a powerful batter. See some huge shots from him over the years. Using that bottom hand, just felt that drive. He was more about the bottom hand than the top hand. Just comes through there. I don't think Bamber will be too disappointed to see that effort. So far for Bamber. Lloyd's the first to go, caught it back, or point by Fernandez for 21. New partner Donald still there on 104. New partner Lewis Rees. Donald now with Rees. His 5th wicket partnership. The Middlesex will hope doesn't hang around for too long. So it's been starts, 26, 31, 111, 68. Middlesex will hope the rest trickle down from here, especially with that second new ball around the corner. Gets through. Fine of Brooks at cover. Fernandez given a good chase here. It is just going to hold its own the ball and get over that rope. It's the frustration of Bamber. Just lent into that one, Donald. Talking about that strong bottom hand. That's just a nice stroke. Morgan number 6. Morgan number 6. Has anyone got any more fruit? It's a hot sunny afternoon here. 2:47 for 4. The Derbyshire number 6 now. Donalds. There you go. There's not much breeze. We've got the aircon on though to liven us up here in the sweltering greenhouse that can be the media centre on a hot sunny afternoon.
Slight bit of malfunction there from Kevin Hand.
Oh, now. This is a nice ball from Higgins, look at that. Just lifts past the edge. Perfect line, perfect length. Very nearly full reward.
Update from the game at Hove. Sussex versus Leicestershire. Division 2 leaders Sussex all out for 442, have bowled Leicestershire all out for 275. Very much in the ascendancy there. Other team in first place.
What about Fernandez? What about Deploy? Overs to the second new ball. It's a fair way away yet. 13.3 to go today. Hot, hard work out there in the heat. As I was saying, that the air conditioning is keeping us going. Not so much for our great camera crew down in the bowl, in the heat. It's hard work for them as well. Still, but it's a Tuesday night at Stoke in February. We're dreaming of Lords. A sunny June afternoon. Single 20 over. Just a single off it. It's 133 for 12. Derbyshire 248 for 4.
Ethan Bamber again from the pavilion ends. Bamber into his 14th over. He's put in a lot of hard work today. Got one reward, that opening wicket. He's just gone for 49 runs. We're hoping to find the breakthrough. Sticking with this round the wicket approach to the left-handed Lewis Rees. To angle the ball into the left-hander, use that slope to nip the ball away, looking for that outside edge.
It's nice. Need to move, only to retrieve it for Holman. Too much width. Short boundary as well. Crouches into that outside off stump. Crunches it away. Holman's got a chance here, and a one-handed chance as well. He saves it. Just a single taken. Bamber spotted something overhead. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? There's the Coast Guard looking for the coast again. This way, not that way. You think you've seen it all. 20 seasons at Lords. Coast Guard lost. Home and cricket. Maybe they're cricket fans. Which way is that? That's south. There we go, they found it. Nearest coast to here is south. Off they go. Down to Hove, see how Simo's boys are getting on in Sussex.
Just past 6 o'clock here at Lords. The latter stages of day 2. It's been another even day, very much like day 1. 12 overs left. A lot can happen. If Derbyshire can get to the end of the day with these two at the crease, they'll feel that they've just edged in front. But if Middlesex can pick up 1 or 2 more wickets, they'll feel like they're very much on top.
him, but must have been an inside edge. Higgins was about to go up and then settled down. You try and help out your mates, and you tell them it's the helicopter. Totally disinterested, all of them. Totally disinterested. Dave Fletcher, absolutely no regard whatsoever for the fact the Coast Guard was lost over Lords. No. They're trying to wave at the camera. They're 10 minutes behind the stream. Fletcher and Isabel Duncan on commentary at the moment on the radio stream. $2.53 for 4 here on the live enhanced stream from Lords via Middlesex, courtesy of the association with Daffabet. Nice little clip through mid-wicket and a dive, but in vain. He's beaten. Higgins is less than impressed.
Just a simple clip, again, off the legs from Lewis Rees. We've seen that plenty of times in his innings. 114 today. That short boundary, just good timing. And you're almost guaranteed the boundary there. Harman did his best.
Speaking of doing his best, wearing his tie as well, good man.
Is that an MCC member?
Still waiting for those beers from the MCC. Thought Adam Matthews. I was politely saying, I'm not really that interested, Adam Matthews. Adam Matthews clearly wasn't paying attention when I gave him a wink at that point. No sign of those beers yet. End of the over, 63 done. We've got 11 to go on day 2 at Lords. 259 for 4, just 174 behind now, Derbyshire, but they're looking to take this to at least a one-innings match. Maybe they've got aspirations that it'll only be a 3-innings match themselves. Long way to go for that to happen. That second new ball still remaining key, it feels, for this innings for Middlesex. It's been a better day to bat on day 2. There's not been as much movement as there was on day 1. The second new ball changed that though. Let's get that run rate down Middlesex, that'll still be annoying them. 4 and over, too much championship cricket, and for a attack of this quality. Then when Abada gets in, as Reese has done. See his strike rate though is below the innings run rate. Tying down Donald here as well though, 4 from 21. Two, but it's just a single. Noted by a few today that the pavilion seemed to be better populated today than it was on Sunday, which good to see. The ground attendance down from Sunday overall, but for some reason the pavilion attendance was up. Maybe the ground attendance only looks down because they're all at the beer festival. Did we establish where it is? It's in the Coronation Garden, which is behind the Warner stand there, away to the right. Harris Garden's the one you can just peek through in between the Allen stand and the pavilion, to the left of the pavilion there, to the right of that score card. You see the trees over the top of the scoreboard there. Here's the skipper back for another go for the first time for the pavilion, from the nursery end. 13 overs, 1 for 60. Still haven't turned to the finger spinners, which surprised me a little after Thompson's performance. Off-break bowler in this match, but they do have 2 slow left armers. Josh De Carey's in the side at the moment, the off-break bowler.
First time seeing Roland Jones from the nursery end. Different approach from the skipper. Straight back on the money, as always. In and around that off stump. Still keeping Donald quiet here, 5 from 23. It's a player that likes to go after the ball.
In the air, but it's going to be safe. Bit of a percentage shot. Mid-wicket retreats. There's a lot of room out there. Got right underneath it. The ball comes to a stop for Brooks. Sees the funny side. Brooks didn't.
Jones keeping things tight in this early evening sunshine at Lords. You can see the shadows appearing, the floodlight and the players. 6:15, another 10 overs.
We've gone past the longest day of the year.
Thanks, Kev.
Gus told me that yesterday. Head umps down the ground from Rees. Almost 118. And Jones back on for his first over of the match from the nursery end. Oh, good mobility. The umpire got down and underneath that one well. 267 for 4. 7 off the over in total for Roland Jones. It's going to be spin again at the pavilion end, so Bamba will wait his turn. There he goes, a bit of wrist spin there from Bamba, was it? Tossed the ball hand to hand. It's Middlesex's go-to wrist spinner at the moment, Luke Holman. Just wondered, as the nursery end then open up for one of the finger spinners, they'd be turning it with the slope then into the pads of Rees, away from Donald. Turning it towards the short boundary, but against the spin to the big boundary. They're sat at the short boundary with a good view, just over the peering over the boundary rope at deep backward point, is it at the moment? Deep square. Tucked around the corner for 4. Donald's into double figures.
He'll look to take the spin. Luke Holman on positively. Will Donald. Nicely played. Little paddle sweep. No one at short fine.
Overtime again at Lords. Still half an hour to go. 20 past 6. Rates -2 for Middlesex. We've had the change of innings today as well, of course. Little premeditated paddle this time from Donalds. All that way. At the boundary.
Short ball from Holman. Donald looked to get on the back foot. Looked to deposit that into the stand, but could only cloth it. Luckily for him, fell safely short. Henry Brooks patrolling the boundary. From the over, 277 for 4. Very good from Derbyshire. 66 overs gone. Lewis Rees, the main man for the visiting team, 119 not out. He's batted beautifully today.
Speaking of beauty, look at that, up above the grandstand. Glorious scenes here at Lord's. Two back, so it'll just be a single.
Australia versus India. The Aussies going well in their chase of 206 and 95 for a 2 from 9 overs. Travis Head is just past 50 at the crease with Glenn Maxwell. Remember, Australia need to win that game to get through to the semi-finals. For an exciting 10 overs in St Lucia.
Drops on in short, Roland Jones. Field set back, so just a single to deep square. So it's pitching outside the line of leg. Hooked away and hard. Hit the hands hard of Holman out there at deep square. Single it is to end the over. 281 for 4, 67 goal. We've got 7 to go on day 2 at Lords.
It's the end of the day, end of day 1 for the Middlesex second 11. They've had a good day with the bat. 442 for 7. Runs across the scoreboards. Just a Carey's opening up, scoring 90. Falconer as well, 93 not out.
Jossie runs down the order there. Tilan Walaluita, 82 from 77. Batted Tilly. Batted here for Donald. Little tuck around the corner for 4. Moved to 23. Partnership moves to 49. So Walaluita's not out overnight on 82, with Falconer not out on 93 overnight. Still to come. Shane Cowshall. It came at Liverpool, I think I saw, against Lancashire second 11. Would that be Southport? No, where's Liverpool? Liverpool is... Oh, it's the... Yeah. Goodison Park. Egbert. No, not Egbert. Where's Ollie Thorpe next door? He knows this. He's an ex-Lancashire. And he likes to deny it. Poor old Corey Collingwood. And Co being bowled into the dirt on a flat one there against Ashraf Prince batting for Lancashire one day. It was a real flat one at Liverpool, that. I can't remember the name of the ground now, though. Was Egbert. Yeah, ground in Liverpool. Southport's just south of Blackpool, which is also another Lancashire venue.
How is that missed? Luke Holman with an absolute beauty. Last ball of the over. The googly went down the slope, pitching outside leg or on leg stump and missing off. Just missing the edge of Reese's bat as well. Pitching middle and leg. Oh, turn and down the slope. Beautiful delivery from Holman. He's been unlucky today. He's gone past the edge numerous times. 6 overs left in the day. Derbyshire finishing strongly here.
That gets through. He's really connected nicely with that, and you're in Donald's. Beautiful shot. His partnership's cracking along now. It's up to 54. Said how hard he can hit the ball. It certainly stays hit when Donald gets hold of it.
It's like that short ball does Donald. Stands very tall. Connects with it beautifully. No chance for Higgins. And on the deep square boundary, Donald moves on to 28 from 35. He's up that run rate.
Bangs it in again. Just a little bit of fizz in the surface up towards the bottom hand. Coming off the bat. He'll always bowl his heart out for you, Roland Jones. Australia hanging in there at the World Cup. They need 81 from 48, chasing 206 to stay alive. It's a nice ball from Roland Jones, well defended on middle. Glenn Maxwell has 18 from 8, Travis Head has 62 from 30, and it's 81 needed from 48 for Australia, who are 125 for 2. 12 overs bowled there, so they're on course. Don't think, no it won't. They won't have enough to top India on net run rate with this victory. Not unless they knock off the required runs off the next over, I don't think. India with a very healthy net run rate. It'll be all eyes on Afghanistan tonight. 291 for 4 here after 69, 5 overs to go on day 2.
To the final 5 overs of the day. Important little mini period here. You'd expect this Derbyshire pair to shut up shop, make sure they get through to the close. If Middlesex can pick up one more wicket today, feel like they're just in the ascendancy. Going into day 3, Derbyshire still trail by 142 as Mark Stoneman has taken one on the kneecap. Work to do. Done very well by Nathan Fernandez to prevent the boundary. There's 2 more for an Aaron Donald. Derbyshire 293 for 4. It's been the case that every new batter that's come to the crease has very quickly got into their stride and have looked comfortable.
Butte from the leggy.
As I say that, Donald plays a misses at one. Nice turn from Holman. Back up the slope, encouraging signs for the spinner.
Well, that's the setup for the final day. Middlesex will want to take something of a lead into the 3rd innings of this match. Only trail by 140 now. Follow on was never really a scenario in this match that Middlesex would have entertained. I don't think that they were always batted again, no matter what Derbyshire were done for. Now they need to be careful of how close Derbyshire can get, or indeed ahead. If this turns into a 1 innings match here at Lords, they would hope that if you're batting last on this, that turn for Holman will play a big part. End of the 70th over, 4 to go on day 2. It's 294 for 4. Oh, Cocoa Pops. Weetabix.
They'll be pretty happy with how this day's gone so far, Derbyshire.
Henry Brooks.
After Middlesex maybe got a few more runs than they would have liked. They've done well to get to 294 for the loss of just 4 wickets. Toby Rowland-Jones calls upon Henry Brooks, strike bowler. Picked up the wicket of Wayne Madsen with an absolute jaffer earlier. Short ball catching the gloves. Should have a couple overs here at the end, Henry Brooks. Can he find some energy just to get them flying down, cause the batters some trouble, find something in this surface and pick up a wicket?
Well, that's set up. It's given the treatment. Seems to die in the pitch, that one, really. Maybe a looseness return.
Good stop down the leg side from Jack Davies. He's been very, very tidy with the gloves today. Just the 4 leg buys, no buys at all. Compared to Middlesex innings. Short ball cut away, great work from Ethan Bamber. After he's done a lot of bowling, it's fantastic work to prevent the boundary out there. Effort would have been appreciated by his captain and fellow bowler. The 300 comes up for Derbyshire, just 4 wickets down.
Oh, now again, that doesn't get up. Saw that early in the over with the punch. Ball just seemed to die in the surface. It did again there. Edge from Donald could have gone anywhere. He dragged on. Run.
It's the end of the over. 8 from it. 3 overs remaining. Derbyshire 302 for 4. If Lewis Rees can get to the close, it's been a fantastic innings. It's been a hot day out there, and he's batted for most of it. 121 not out from 224 deliveries. The opener also took the final wicket of the Middlesex innings, picking up Ryan Higgins. It's been a good day for the all-rounder.
Magic here before the close for Middlesex. Luke Holman.
Rees solidly in behind, not taking any risks this late in the day. Concentration levels have been very high from Rees.
.72 done. 2 to go the second day. 302 for 4. 433 for Middlesex. 302 for 4. It's a very good response from Derbyshire. There's still 38 overs left with the bonus points in play. Just out of shot. There's the bonus points there, which is 5 apiece at the moment. 5 all in this match at Lords. 3 bowling points for Derbyshire. They've got a couple of batting points now in reaching 300. Middlesex 3 batting points. They've got 1 so far with 4 wickets. 2 more for a second bowling point. Getting back up the slope. The ball though, batter well in. Donaldson is into the 40s now as well.
He's upped his run rate. Well, as Donald now 40 from 47. Took him about 13 deliveries to get off the mark. He's built another good partnership for Derbyshire.
Carl, pretty happy with the surface he's produced for this one. There's been good runs in it for the batters when they've got in. There's been plenty of assistance for the bowlers. Looked around the corner to Fernandez at long leg. They've taken a couple. Now, that's a little idea of it all. The bat face was closed. He was shoving it to the onside. You're playing with less than half a bat face there, aren't you, really? Just watch how closed, how quickly that bat face closed.
This time drive from Donald ends the over. 4 from it, 1 remaining in the day. 306 for 4, 73 overs gone. Another late finish here at HQ, just approaching 10 to 7. Nicely flicked away off his legs again from Lewis Rees. Very high scoring area today in his innings. It's been a mammoth innings, a wonderful knock. He's safely down the other end. I'm sure he'll be quite happy to stay there for the next few deliveries of the day.
It's good from Holman. Well landed. What can he find at the end of the day? 2 balls to go. Field well spread at the moment. Your spunder, is it worth bringing them up? Can't imagine Donald's going to swing something out of Lords at this stage. Drags that short. Single taken, so it'll be Reese to have strike for the final ball of the day. Will he produce another one of those googly, send one sliding down the slope? Bring a second slip. Deep point remains back, so too deep square. Just the one catcher though at slip. Oh, and a full bunger to finish. And for 71 for Holman off his 16. But Donald 43 from 52. Reese 123 from 236 for the second day at Lords. The day belongs to the batters. Middlesex will be delighted with Ryan Higgins' efforts this morning. Got them up over 150. There he is. Gets a hug from Robson. He's got a wicket as well, Higgins. He's got a handshake from his skipper, Roland Jones. He got a 50 to his name. Higgins picking up Lamb for 30, the last to go. One for Bamber, one for Roland Jones, one for Brooks. They're bowling their hearts out, but not quite been as much assistance, certainly through the air, as there was yesterday for the Derbyshire bowlers. Similarly off the surface, can't say we've noted quite as much seam movement on day 2, that grass covering that was there on day 1. But Middlesex's hope is that it'll be spin on the final day. Derbyshire's hope, well, they only trail by 125 now. Can they get themselves in front? Can they put a bit of pressure on Middlesex on day 3? Join us back here at Lords with the live enhanced stream from Middlesex on the 3rd day. We're in association with Daffabet from now though from Lords. Tom Ford, myself, Kevin Hand, and the stream team. It's a very good night to you all.
Play begins on